Good morning, everyone. It's like, hush then descends. I've never had the power of a microphone really before. Good morning, everyone, and a big welcome to the Highland Climate Conference 2025. It's wonderful to see so many of you here today, familiar faces, some of you that I've not yet met, some of you that I've met on Teams or Zoom calls, and I'm looking forward to meeting and chatting with more of you as we go through the day. I'm Joan Lawrie. I'm the CEO of the Highlands Islands Climate Hub. On behalf of myself and the rest of the Hub team, I'd like to thank you for joining us. Whether you've travelled a few miles or a few hundred, by ferry, train, a long or a short drive, a long or a short walk, cycle, however you got here today, thank you. The idea behind holding this event has come from the conversations we as the Hub have had out in communities, with community groups, with organisations, with some of you here in this room. We build it as a conference, but really it's the opportunity to gather, to connect and have a conversation about Highland through the lens of climate change. Now, what do I mean when I say through the lens of climate change? You thought you were attending a climate conference. And you are, but climate change doesn't happen alone. It isn't in a silo. It's a part of every action that we take as individuals, organisations, communities and businesses. The steps needed to take in our region to address the climate emergency and adapt to our already changing climate impacts on every sector and every community across the Highland area. Our themes for today are place, people, power and partnerships. Can you tell that I like an alliteration? We narrowly escaped having porridge featured and instead saved that for breakfast with salt and a cup of milk. I'm nothing but my bad humour. In all seriousness, we arrived at these themes as through conversations that we've been having, these best represent where it feels we are in Highland right now at this moment. Pride in our place, the strength of our people, the power in our natural landscapes, and the powerful positive voices in our communities, though perhaps those positive voices are maybe lesser heard currently, and the opportunities to form and strengthen impactful partnerships. All of our speakers today, and all of you in this room, represent a piece of the climate story of Highland. Whether you're here as an individual, if you're here representing your community or organisation, business or agency. Whether you're working in energy, food, transport, biodiversity, resilience, land, nature or health, we hope that you'll see today as conversation, connection, collaboration and steps towards a climate-ready Highland. There she goes with those alliterations again. So, a little bit of housekeeping first of all. In the event of fire, there are fire escapes behind us. There are fire escapes through in the foyer there as well. There's no planned fire alerts for today. Lunch will be served in the Burns room. We'll direct you as we go. Because lunch has been served in a separate area, we're going to try and extend lunch to an hour, hence why I might be talking a little bit more quickly, when ironically I've practiced slowing down quite a lot. So, but we're still looking to finish today at 4:45 p.m. Please use lunch and our afternoon tea break as well to chat and to network, and a little bit of a challenge for you to try and find somebody that you have not yet met and connect. Our marketplace is also taking place over the lunch break, and desserts and the tea and coffee will also be served there. So please take a moment to chat to our stand holders. Over in our bay window, you might have already spotted the fabulous Eddie Phillips of Eddie Draws CIC, who's our graphic recorder for the day, and we're really excited to see how Eddie depicts today. We are recording today's sessions. Our filmmaker, Cameron Mackay, so we were just showing Climate Action Highlands and Islands, and it'll be shown again at lunchtime. Cameron is a firm favourite of us here at the Hub. And Camera and our digital comms officer, Etta, are lurking about, taking photos. If you prefer not to be photographed, please let a member of the Hub team know, who are all fairly identifiable. They've all got Highlands and Islands Climate Hub on their backs. They may also invite some of you to be in a short VoxPox video. If you can keep your phones on silent, please, it'd be much appreciated. So please do feel free to share what resonates with you on social media using the tag #HighClimateConference. We're big fans of social media, anybody who knows us as an organisation, and the hashtags are also on the stands that are on your tables. Lastly, today is a day for conversation, and we want all of you as attendees to be a part of that conversation. On your table and in your conference packs, you'll find both a QR code or a code for our Slido that we'll be running throughout the day. Please be kind with us for this Slido. We've never used it before, so we're just hoping it's all going to work fine. There is a Q&A function that we encourage you to use however and whenever you like. So when you go into it on your phone, you'll see that there should be 2 tabs. One's the Q&A, one's the polls. You can use it for comments on speakers. You can use it to ask a question if anything springs to your mind while somebody is speaking. It may be that we don't get to all questions today, but we will take all of those questions back to our speakers. And we are planning an output and a report from today as well. So those will be shared in there. As I said, there will also be various polls and question prompts for you throughout our sessions. So please take the opportunity now to connect to the Slido, because we're just about to use it, hopefully. Let's see how we go. So the QR code and the code is there. So if you haven't managed to scan it from the thing on your desk, on your tables, and we very craftily did it double-sided so that it was very accessible to everybody on the table, you can just go to slido.com and you can just enter in that code. And the first question, and this is a question that we're going to be asking some of our speakers throughout the day. We've got a couple of questions that we're going to be asking lots of people throughout the day. And that first one is, what does Highland mean to you? It's going to come up in a word cloud, so 1 or 2 words. What does Highland mean to you? And they should, if it's working, start coming through. It's working. These are great responses. Anybody who hasn't used Slido before, the larger that it appears is the more of you that are giving that as a response. So it's beautiful to see home and community coming right up there. Possibility, connectivity, natural beauty, opportunity, a collaborative community. Oh, and I like local democracy, whoever has added that in there. Thank you. So I think we can see the strong winners there: community, home, nature, which I think reflect a lot of the speakers that we have today and the theme of what we're trying to do. So I'm going to move on to the next one, which is, what does climate change mean to you? It's really interesting how it changes. Fear was really large, and then we start to see challenge and opportunity coming through. That's actually really interesting results that we have: uncertainty and fear, worry and action, but then the overriding things that we have coming through there are opportunity and challenge, which I think you're going to hear shortly from the communities of the Highlands and Islands. And I think that that's really reflective of the film that we're going to show you shortly as our keynote speakers. Yeah, some really, really good responses in there. And then I have one more for you, which is, in one word, what are you hoping to get for today? Which I'm going to leave as a surprise. So you won't see everybody else's responses until we've got some in there. I feel like there's like a hive of activity and I'm standing here. I don't have anything to do right now. It's lovely. So we start revealing some responses now. Okay, so good responses. Hope, inspiration, connection, connections. I think we can roll them in together. Community, knowledge, wider networks, togetherness, momentum. I really like momentum. Power. Cake. I heard cake, Ross. Yeah. You're getting cake. We've already given you cake. You're getting more cake. I'd quite like some cake as well. I've not had any yet. Okay, thank you all. Okay, so on to our keynote speaker. You might see that there's not a whole pile of people waiting to get onto this stage behind me. Mainly because some of our community speakers are actually a little bit shy. But also, we thought really long and hard about who our keynote speaker should be. For conferences like this, it's normal that that's where we would take in the big, showy name. However, when we reflected on what we were doing, actually, the most impactful voices are actually the voices of communities. So what we decided to do was ultimately share the voices of Highland that best reflect Highland in all of their opinions. So you may have some surprises in this. But I'm delighted to now introduce the communities of the Highlands as our keynote speakers for today, and hopefully this film is going to play.
What does my place mean to me? I always like to think that Caithness, the whole of Caithness, is like my back garden. And it's where I grew up, it's where my family is, it's where all my friends is. It's who I am.
Nairn means to me happiness and future. I live here, I work here, I get to see the seasons change and spend time on the beach and exercise in the woods and cycle around the kind of local towns, and it's nice to be part of a really lovely community.
I think the sense of place is interconnected with everything that we do here at the museum, in the sense that we are celebrating the culture and the heritage of the people, but then also that tells the story of the landscape more widely.
Being part of the Caithness community, and particularly the coastal communities, it's just a complete feeling of home. I worked away for a long time and always missed it. So to me, I think what it means to me is just home and safety and community and connection and all of these things.
And I like the place for its physical, it's an attractive place, it's got the beach. I know lots of people and they know who I am. So it's a friendly place, a friendly community. And I suppose I've got back into doing things in the community as well. So that's important to me.
Caithness is beauty. It's cleanliness, fresh air. It's good for the soul.
Portree and the wider island mean practically everything to me. I'm a Skye girl. I was brought up here. My education was all at Portree High School, and about 25 years of my career have been spent working in Portree.
What the area means to me is simple. It's a place that's been abandoned in terms of infrastructure investment, but also an area of great potential and opportunity to both retain and attract the people who live and want to live in this stunningly beautiful area, where despite all of the obvious problems, our ambitions and well-being factor are through the roof.
It's home, it's community, it's identity. Thursdale's more than just a place, it's the community that TCDT serves.
To me, the line represents connection, opportunity and respect for the environment.
My community can be celebrated as real doers who care about the environment and want to make positive change. Through Green Hive, we do a lot of recycling, repurposing, circular economy, where we take what lots of people think is waste and we give it a new life, whether that be plastics or fabrics or bikes. And it's a really lovely community to be part of.
We welcome a wide range of visitors to the museum, both the local community but then also the community of interest. We have a lot of people that come back because their ancestors were cleared from this area. So we try and forge connections between people, between the local community, and use heritage as a vehicle to do that, as a hub, as a heritage hub within the area, collecting and sharing stories and knowledge as well.
The people in our place are just incredible. It's the sense of community is so strong. And even if they're maybe a little bit careful to start with, you know, they kind of wait and see when they know people, because I don't actually come from Lochaber, I come from a little bit up the coast in Wick. But once they've decided that you're part of it, I've never seen a more supportive community. They're absolutely fantastic. They'll really get behind you. They're really proud of their community. They're really proud of their village and their county, and you know, being part of the Highlands. And yeah, they're amazing people.
Our community, it's a friendly place. People come here on holiday, and people choose to come here to retire. So I think a lot of people really appreciate the place. Maybe people have been born and brought up and never left, maybe don't so much realise that other places aren't so nice. But so they may complain a bit more about things. But I think we do celebrate it. We've got lots of festivals, and when the sun comes out, there's lots of things that people can do. And I think people appreciate being in this kind of size of town where it's friendly and you see the same people quite a lot as you come and go.
It's a bit sad to say, most of our group is just pensioners. And what would benefit us is if we have a lot more younger people joining us in the group. Being a lot of older people makes it quite difficult sometimes because there's a lot of heavy work in beach cleaning.
It's a place with quite a number of challenges. That there's huge disparity in the village between the lowest earners and the highest earners. But there are a number of things about the village that can be celebrated.
We've got a good mix of folk working on crafts, fishing, hospitality, tourism and nature restoration. Where broadband is functional, we've even got folk working remotely with colleagues around the world in all sorts of sectors, from finance to biotechnology to, I think, even space. What challenges are we experiencing? Well, we're surrounded by challenges in terms of the lack of housing, poor transport, high fuel and energy prices, falling school rolls, a lack of childcare, and substandard broadband. And because of this, we're in the midst of a depopulation crisis. Our communities deserve to be celebrated for digging their heels in and making go of a life in an area where you require a certain level of toughness to cope with all the difficulties that very remote rural living throws at you.
Challenges for people in Thursday: geographic isolation. Some of the larger employers have scaled down, so leading to fewer quality local jobs. Seasonal tourism is an employment option, but can be low paid and insecure. And there's limited opportunities for young people, leading to out-migration. The cost of living and fuel poverty, housing issues, mix of challenges, shortage of affordable housing, poor energy efficiency, and limited rental options. youth retention and opportunities. So many people leave for education and don't return due to the limited local career options.
And communities are deeply rooted in place and proud of their heritage. There's also a lot to celebrate. Volunteers looking after our stations, local groups developing walking and cycling routes, and the pride people take in welcoming people to the Highlands.
My community is tackling climate change by doing their part for the country and becoming the wind farm for the UK.
My community is tackling climate change in a number of ways. We're a coastal town, so a lot of the work we do is around marine litter, but also general litter picking it through town, waste recycling, and trying to have less impact on the planet. So we have a really wonderful riverside path that people can cycle down, and I feel like Nairn is a great place where you can leave your car at home and impact the planet far less.
Using objects within our collection to explore the heritage of those stories, but then also how it applies to the community today, and then also projects with the local school as well, using objects to sort of explore what they find that is important within their community, what they value as part of the natural environment, and how we can work together to protect it.
Waterlines is actually right on the shore, and we're by the harbour. Our harbour's been very affected by the change in climate and the frequency of storms, and the fact that the storms are more severe and there doesn't seem to be the same space between them. But also on a more practical day-to-day level, we have our organisation is in an old building. It's just made it more expensive, but we are one of Highland Climate Hub's sustainable spaces, so we've made lots of changes to try and make sure that we are considering the climate in everything we do.
And the organisation I'm in is looking at doing some projects to try and keep things the way they are as far as possible, because our seaside area where people live and where a lot of the recreation goes on is very close to the waves now, and so we're doing a dune resilience project to try and keep the dunes healthy and happy so that they protect where we live and all the things that we do here.
Well, certainly Caithness beach cleans, we normally take about a ton a month of plastic off of beaches, and I think it's so important to get rid of plastic out of the sea. It's such a dangerous hazard.
There are organisations, there are individuals, there are various initiatives going on. There's a lot of wind power. Sky is producing, it's punching well above its weight in producing renewable energy.
Well, I'd love for the North West to be seen or declared as net negative. In terms of carbon capture, we're a massive contributor to both the Scottish and UK government's net zero targets. Yet there is so much more work to be done in nature restoration, peatland and biodiversity restoration, reforesting and repeopling our area. Climate crisis awareness is evident in the number of beach cleans and community gardens that have been created throughout the region.
The Trust have Thurso Grows project at Ormley Gardens, and we have the greenhouses for local food growing, which we can produce food locally, reducing transport costs, provide training and employability options. We have a sharing shed to reduce food waste. We've also piloted reusable packaging for our senior lunch delivery service. Community engagement, so Thursday we hold climate events.
Our community is tackling climate change by promoting rail as a sustainable choice. Every journey by train helps reduce carbon emissions compared to driving, and we're also working to connect stations with walking, wheeling and cycling routes. This makes it easier for people to combine active travel with rail and encourages healthier lifestyles and low carbon journeys at the same time. The more journeys we can shift onto trains, the bigger the benefits for our environment.
At the moment, the community benefits from wind farm ponds. And I don't know if the community itself can point to how those benefits are actually benefiting them. I think it's time that you can't beat the wind farms and become them. Work with the wind farms to get community ownership, partnership, and then we will be along with them on the journey and not feeling like the victims' circumstances.
I think we will work better together by sharing stories with each other. There's a lot of amazing communities in the Highlands, and being able to share the successes and failures that you've gone through with other communities is really helpful and brings us all together.
I think the key thing is talking to each other and sharing these stories and exploring why people value the landscape and the environment and the benefits of working in harmony with that, and understanding each other, why things are why certain practices are carried out and what we can do to change bad habits.
I think just exactly that, working together. I'm a very collaborative worker. I like to work with different organisations because you can't know everything, you can't do everything, and I just think it's more fun to work with other organisations than it is to work against organisations. So I would just say be open to working together, and be curious about what other organisations and other places do and what you can learn and how you can support each other.
I think when you live in a community, it doesn't really matter where you're coming from. We're all in the same boat. We're all in the same situation. So, I think it's healthy when business and community and the local authorities all work together. I think that's really the only way you can get things done.
More people could go out, and just when they're out for a walk anyway, go out, pick up plastic, and you don't have to report to ASGE. Just pick up plastic and put it somewhere safe, and that would make a huge difference.
We're always looking for ways to engage the community. We don't always succeed, but we do try. But we perhaps have more success with other agencies, other community woodland organisations. We would like to perhaps have a small hydro scheme or a single wind turbine that would help to address the climate change challenge and provide us with a sustainable income.
I think keep local at heart. TCDT can play their part in that. Run visible projects in Thurso first, so we could do more with local growing. Perhaps as a stronger two-way communications, I think working better together, so just making maybe a plan where we can collaborate more and deliver events and build partnerships, so not just with us but across with schools and local businesses and housing associations, and just to deliver joint projects.
Respectful communication, where the fears and anxieties of the digital world have no basis in our reality. Living in a world where everyone has the right to live and work in the place that they were raised. The Northwest 2045 is one big collaboration of folk from all walks of life. We've got everybody from community councillors across the Northwest, we've got councillors, we have MSPs, we have friends who are, high levels in both government and local authorities who are working with us to try and solve the depopulation crisis and the climate crisis that we face. We were all brought together to focus on having our questions answered and our problems solved.
Do you believe in climate change?
Do I believe it's happening? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. You see it.
Climate has changed, yeah, we can see that for sure, easy.
I do.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Definitely, aye, there is something. Definitely.
Yeah.
Do you think that climate change affects the Highlands in particular?
I do. I think it affects everywhere. Some places more slower than others, but definitely affects us for sure. I think the world will be so much different in the Highlands 20, 30 years from now.
We don't get as much snow in winter. We get wetter summers.
Might have an effect in the future, but at the moment, not an awful lot.
I don't think it's quite reached the Highlands yet, no.
And do you think there's any way that people in the Highlands can prevent it getting to a bad place, I suppose?
We can do our little things. We can recycle, we can do our bits and bobs, but it's going to take bigger countries doing lots more sweeping changes before we make a dent in any change, I'd say.
I'd say it's all in the small things, day to day, like small changes you can make, whether it's keeping your lights out or, I don't know, taking the bus instead of driving. I think it's like we hear it all the time, but it is true. There's a reason you hear it all the time.
I'd say the opposite of that, to be honest. I'd say like you can do like little things that's are good and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, it's external issues that are bigger issues that require legislation and stuff like that. And actually, from outside countries that we can't really control, like I think Asia is a big part of climate change, that kind of stuff, pollution as well. So, I mean, we can try our best, but I think it'll take a big difference for anything to change.
I suppose likes of energy, using the likes of solar panels would be a good thing.
I can only speak from our own experience back home. The effects of climate change has hit New Zealand pretty bad, and I can only imagine because Scotland is at somewhat the same sort of same sort of terrain, same sort of altitude that you guys will receive the same effects that we have. I mean, lakes in New Zealand have decreased year on year. It's not a coincidence, it's not came out of nowhere. I would be worried if I was a Scottish person, but I can't force people to change, can you? So
I don't know, and that's where my problem is. I don't know what I could do about climate change.
A huge personal thank you from myself to all the community voices who have shared their time and their views to create that film. Some of you are here today, thank you. And also a tremendous thank you to Etta May, our new digital, I can see her cringing at the back, our new digital comms and membership officer who only joined us in July and got thrown straight into it. She features at the end of the film. She's standing at the back of the room, cringing at the moment. Etta rolled with the idea, edited the film, lent her expert knowledge to it, and also braved the big bad streets of Inverness to do our street interviews. Thank you, Etta. There's a sobering start and end point to our film. We wanted it to represent all community voices, from deniers to don't knows, because that's what makes up the tapestry of the people of Highland. Let me tell you a few other stories of Highland. The Highlands Islands Climate Hub represents 410 members across the region, 329 of which are in the Highland area. We have a member, mainly community organisation, in every local authority ward of Highland. Those members are tackling climate change from the grassroots up, from community growing, community fridges to renewables, district heating systems, retrofit, nature restoration, and increasingly adaptation and resilience efforts in their communities. One such community and member of the Highlands and Islands Climate Hub is the Golspie Flood Action Group. The village of Golspie is faced with flooding from both hill and sea, but the community are actively pursuing solutions through flood defences and community resilience projects. They see these issues acutely. We started working with that community over 3 years ago, where the issue was flooding. Climate change wasn't mentioned or really understood. It was felt to be too big. Now, when we talk to the community of Golspie, they know more about rising sea levels due to climate change than we do. Broadford and Strath Community Development Company over on Skye are creating a strong, self-sufficient, inclusive and eco-friendly community with community ownership key, from Camping Skye, community woodlands, outdoor nursery provision and community growing, all with an eco-friendly climate action approach, but based on that first question of what does our community need? Raigmore Residents Association in the heart of Inverness, an area of multiple deprivation, looked first at what could bring their community together and support people on the Raigmore estate. From this, they developed a community larder, taking food that would otherwise go to waste and redistributing it. Then creating a food forest next to Raigmore Community Centre, an inclusive, welcoming space where people can learn about food, grow food, forage and come together. Again, the community need for inclusion and support bringing about climate action. There's a commonality within all of these projects and the many more that I could mention by our members. Is there immediate output when having that first seed of an idea for a project solving the climate crisis? For the majority of our members, no. The first priority is addressing a community need. Priorities are a pervading sense of localism, identifying issues in their communities and providing solutions as best they can, people striving to make their place better for those who live, work and visit. Our 390 members across Highland are doing incredible things, addressing their community needs while doing so in a way that also addresses the needs of the planet. I'm fairly confident that many of them would have the same response of, I don't know what to do about climate change, not when we think about it as being that big. Yet they are addressing climate change. Bit by bit, through the projects that they carry out, they are part of the solution. You are all here today because, well, I'd hope you have an interest in climate. You're from the community, business or the public sector and are through your work, bit by bit, striving to improve the lives of people and the planet through your work. Imagine if the sum of all of those parts comes together. Welcome to today, once again, from myself and the Community Voices of Highland. I look forward to now hearing from the rest of our speakers. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Thank you for that, Joan. A great entrance to the day. I'm Marion, Reid, Senior Project Officer with the Highlands and Islands Climate Hub, and I'm here to introduce our place session. As we heard from our communities in the keynote address, there is a sense of pride and rooting in place in Highland communities. The geography and the assets of our place not only are our natural heritage, they form part of our cultural identity. Please welcome our speakers. Janet Bromham, Project Manager for the Flow Country Partnership. Lizzie Williams represents the Northwest 2045 Regional Land Use Partnership and Koyak and Ascent Living Landscape Partnership. And Fiona Daschofsky leads Highland Council's Net Zero programme. She also represents Highland Council on the Highland Adapts board, and Fiona will today be talking on behalf of Highland Adapts. So please come and join me. Sorry, the mics are for the questions. You don't need them just now. So first up, Janet, if you'd like to come and do your thing.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. That's quite a daunting room to look out on. Let me see if I can work this. Yes. So I'm here, I joined the Flow Country Partnership back in July as their project manager. The main partners of the Flow Country Partnership, Nature Scot, RSPB, Focus North and Highland Council, UHI, Environmental Research Institute, North Highland Initiative and the Caithness Broch project. Just get straight into it. Yeah, we had a World Heritage Site, I'm sure some of you know, inscribed last July 2024. That follows a lot of work. It was first mooted in the 1980s, and RSPB bought Forsenard and then started restoring peatlands back in the 1990s, well, 80s and 90s. Flows to the Future project took place and delivered a lot of things in the early 2000s, and the Peatlands Partnership became the Flow Country Partnership in 2022. The Flow Country Partnership has been established as a charity, so we now have the ability to run projects, employ staff, these sorts of things. We also set up a company, Flow Country Restoration Limited, which means that we can run projects, take on contractors, and get funding for future project works. And the key thing there is that we're looking to reinvest any profits made back into the communities of Caithness and Sutherland. Flow Country was it has the most extensive actively accumulating blanket bog anywhere in the world. It stores around about, it's been estimated to store about 400 million tonnes of carbon dioxide. That's in around 180,000 hectares of peatlands, which are degraded and net emitters of CO2. That's an estimated 1.4 million tonnes per annum. So there's lots of work to be done. We have a great store of carbon, but some of that area is degraded for various reasons, and we're looking to try and restore that and try and stop it emitting carbon and start it absorbing carbon. Restoring peatlands can turn them from net emitters into net sequesterers, if that's a word, of carbon dioxide. So the photo there is of peat hag. The vegetation surface has been broken. The sphagnum, which is the main peat-forming moss, has been lost. The peat is exposed and the carbon is then lost to the atmosphere. This and drainage, a lot of drainage that was taking place in the 1950s through to the 1980s, with government grants, I should add, has caused quite a lot of problems. The peatlands drained, the pressures from deer and sheep, water runs off much faster off the bogs, and the water table then drops, and the bogs don't hold the water as well, so we have more flash flooding further downstream. Flow Country Partnership and the Flow Country Restoration Limited have partnered with an estate, a farm and a common grazings to do 3 pilot projects initially. The restoration work is supported by Peatland Action through Nature Scot, and the work will generate carbon credits which will be stored, which will be shared rather, between Flow Country Restoration Limited and the estate and the crofters. The Flow Country Restoration Limited share will then be reinvested into future restoration projects, and some of that will be used to reinvest into the communities, as I said. We have so far restored 1,280 hectares. That's saving about 192,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide over the lifetime of these projects, and these are huge long-term projects, some of them up to 100 years. The Common Grazings project is the first of its kind. It's needing confirmation from the Land Court and Crofters Commission, but if we can secure a way forward for this, it will open up opportunities for crofters across the north. So we're really keen to get a way forward and agree it. We were working on a tripartite agreement with the grazers, the estate and Flow Country Restoration Limited. Yeah, so just a few pictures of the restoration works we've undertaken. This is taken at Armadale, and thanks to Joyce Campbell for the photographs and for working with us, because she's been a great advocate of restoration projects for us. The photos there of the drains are taken during and immediately after restoration works. The drains were, as I say, undertaken back in the 1950s, largely, with government grants, and the idea was to make the peatlands more productive, provide better grazing, basically, for sheep and for deer. Didn't really work. What happened was it dried out the peatlands, and as I say, the water table dropped, and now it's eroding. So now we are hoping to block up these drains, and as you see, the 2 photographs there, the first 2 photographs, are of the works immediately after the diggers have been in. We've created dams every few metres along these drains. It's depending on the slope angle depends how far apart the drains are or the dams are. But we're, as I say, raising the water table, and that work's was undertaken last year, and it's been incredibly successful. As you see, we've got some more pools there. The pools are revegetating. We've got sphagnum in, and there's no bear peat, and the drains are not now taking water off the hill. The hags, what we do there is we smooth out the gully walls and revegetate the bare peat to try and just stop the erosion and stop the emission of carbon into the atmosphere. So next steps. As I say, we're about to finish completing 2 of the 3 pilot projects on the estate and the farm, and we're moving into phase 2, although Armadale at the farm is almost complete of phase 2. So we've done quite a lot of work on those 2 projects. We're needing to progress the project with the common grazings and the estate up at Tongue. There are lots of partners involved, as you can imagine, and it takes time to get an agreement there. But and also important to remember, this hasn't been done before, so we're really keen to, get a way forward here. And we have a lot of common grazes, a lot of interest from other crofters across Caithness and Sutherland. So we're really keen to get that through and move on. If we're successful, we will do the work in autumn next year, starting in autumn 2026. We have submitted the funding bid for that, and we're hoping to start the works then. We're looking for further partners to work with. We're keen to scale up the works. We need to do more. We should say that we're not the only organisation that is doing this kind of restoration work. There are lots of private companies, but we are the only one that is hoping to reinvest its profits into local communities and to scaling up the works. We're looking to secure more funding through selling carbon credits and partnering with investors to secure funding now from the sale of future carbon credits. We're building our capacity and we're growing our business. Profits need to be reinvested, as I say, in future projects across Caithness and Sutherland, and we're working with the North Highland Initiative to try and find local community projects to work with as well. So I think that's probably my time up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. You won't need to listen to me again. I'd just like to welcome Lizzie. If you're ready.
Thank you, Janet. That was really interesting. And you stuck impeccably to time, which is very professional. Yes, I'll try to do the same. Hi, everybody. My name is Lizzie Williams, and I work with the Northwest 2045 that you heard about from Ewan there on the... Ooh, I don't want a picture of me. We want a picture of lovely scenery. I live in Ackle-to-Buie over on the west coast, and that's been my home where I live and work and raise my little family for the past 16 years. And it feels like a real huge honour, actually, to be representing the Northwest here today. Place is quite a broad topic, can't help thinking, and I tried to cram a lot in. So what are we going to talk about? Just a little bit more about the Northwest 2045. Ewan introduced it on that video, but where and what is it? The place and the challenges that we face with biophysical and community challenges. And then I'll just touch very briefly on the approach that we're taking in the Northwest 2045. So where are we? So it's this top left corner, essentially, from north of Ullapool in the south up to Inverness on the north coast and across to Betty Hill. And it's an area of about 3,000 square kilometres with about 3,000 people in it. So quite a low population density compared to elsewhere, even on the Outer Isles, actually. And the Northwest 2045 group, it's a group, a network collective of organisations, so community groups, local development trusts, statutory bodies like the council and HIE, landowners of all sorts, community landowners, ENGOs, and private landowners as well. And these groups from different sectors came together in about 2020 because we understood that all these challenges that we face, that we've heard about, that I'll talk about more, they can only really be addressed not by one sector alone, but by venturing out beyond our silos and working together to try and create meaningful, lasting change. Ooh, all the buttons. And so the first thing that we did with the Northwest 2045 was to talk to our neighbours, our communities, about what we feel the future should look like. And we didn't want to do a sort of bog standard community consultation. It was lockdown time, so lots of the young people, the diaspora, were home for a while. And so the project provided training to those young people to do interviews within their own areas. And we identified people who wouldn't normally get involved in this sort of community consultation thing, and had really in-depth conversations with them. And we also held online workshops and a survey, and distilled the data that we gathered into these three statements, vision statements for the area. So a place that is attractive for young people and families to live and work, a model for a new diverse rural economy, and a place where communities have the ability to determine their own prospects. And a place where communities have a clear voice in shaping the prospects of the land and decisions about the land as well. It's really important to people. So what about this place? Well, this map shows some of the designations on the land, which demonstrates how valuable our natural heritage is on a national and international level. So we've got all sorts. We've got the geopark, national scenic areas, which aren't shown on there. The geopark is the whole area. There's 23% of the area is in those SSSIs and other designations. And we have the marine protected area as well. Yes, this geopark. So some good geology facts to start with. We've got some of the oldest rocks in Europe at 3 billion years old. Louisian Nice is like the oldest rock in Europe. And just a youngster, the Torridonian sandstone at 1.2 billion years old. You can find stromatolites, which are like the earliest life form found in Europe, little tiny little algae. And we have these strange Inselbergs, kind of island mountains, which are caused through glaciation. We've got plenty of lovely coastal habitat and precious fragments of maca grassland. We've got lovely bits of woodland clinging on there, often in inaccessible crevices. And we're at the northern limit of the temperate rainforest. So we've got some lovely old trees covered in moss and lichen, some of which are internationally rare. And of course, alongside that and deeply entwined with it is the cultural heritage from prehistoric hut circles and roundhouses, Iron Age brocks. We've got signs of habitation in every nook and cranny. So this is a lovely map we have in Coiga where there's Gaelic place names on every little spot. Of course, people are still working the land. Agriculture is one of the main employers, and those sheep numbers are declining. The harbours are also a large employer. Tourism, though, is the main thing at 24% of all jobs. And of course, we have fabulous communities, as we've heard about in the video. It's really difficult to get a picture of a good community, but I thought a sort of chaotic, sweaty ceilidh might be a good start. But of course, the challenges, and it's often difficult to talk about because there's kind of controversial and challenges. But some might say that sort of artificially high numbers of herbivores are hindering woodland generation and damaging peatlands. We only have 5% of our area covered in that native woodland, and how much could we or should we have? There are also threats from changing climate, so it's going to be warmer, wetter and wilder, which will make keeping livestock and producing food even harder in an already hard area. We have, although it seems inconsistent with the warm, wet winters, but we have increasing risk of fire, as we experienced quite a lot, but particularly this spring. And the communities, meanwhile, as we've heard, are also facing challenges. So things that we hear so often in rural Scotland and probably rural areas through the world, depopulation and all those associated issues. We really wanted to understand the particular issues in our area, so we asked bigger consultants to dig into the data, including the most recent census data. And it was interesting to see that the issues in that little corner are more severe than elsewhere in Scotland and even in Highlands. So it's hard talking about deprivation and a sort of when we know what else goes on in the world, and of course it goes without saying that it's all relative, but this area does score more poorly than the rest of Highland. But of course there are areas where we score much more positively, such as wellbeing indicators. Property prices, probably due to our lovely natural heritage and lovely place to be. There's second homes and holiday homes which really drive up those property prices. So the average house price in the area is 6 or 7 times higher than the average annual income, which is just out of reach. And life is just more expensive generally. Food costs, lack of public transport, high fuel poverty. And all these challenges and others that I haven't been able to pack in have a really quite dramatic and alarming population change. Over the past 2 decades, the number of people has decreased by 47%, just over 2 decades. And while the population of age over 65 has increased by 45%. And of course, I'm not suggesting that people over 65 is a challenge there, but in terms of healthcare and services. And these graphs show the projections for the next 20 years. That's what I find particularly alarming, is that by 2045, there'll just be 40 children across that whole area of 7 community councils. And this stuff affects every family, from childcare to end-of-life care and everything in between. School rolls are already down to 1/3 of capacity, and that has a really serious impact on the quality of the experience. I was going to share a few personal stories about how that's impacted my family, but that clock is ticking, so we're going to scroll through that. A lonely child, a sad boat. But why is that all relevant in the context of a climate conference? I mean, we've talked about it already, of course, but I mean, we all feel that, I'm sure, the sort of full-body fear for the future of the planet. And part of me feels that we should all be doing everything all the time to stop the climate breakdown and ecological disaster. And but there are so many more immediate challenges. It's understandable that environmental issues are rarely the top priority for people. And particularly in communities where those socio-economic issues are more challenging. Climate action just doesn't feel like a priority. And in fact, some people fear that society's drive to address the climate crisis and biodiversity crisis might have unfair impacts on people there. So just back to that designation slide. You know, such a lot of the area is designated already. And people fear that this area may be considered a sink for the nation's carbon or nature restoration requirements. And so will it constrain our efforts to make our communities more resilient? For instance, could modest housing developments that could bring a huge difference to a community be hindered by new environmental planning? Or might the drive for peatland restoration limit crofters' ability to graze on common grazings? And will the new opportunities around natural capital markets further exacerbate inequalities? And there's also the discussion around renewable energy and infrastructure developments, which I know will be explored in more detail later, and it's hugely difficult to talk about, so I'll leave that one well alone. But it shouldn't... Oh, there we go. It shouldn't really be a binary choice of benefiting the environment or the community. And it's really important if we're going to achieve a just transition, but it's important to address these fears. And as Janet has already explained, there is potential for communities to benefit from natural capital opportunities. It's really not easy at all, but there are ways to make it happen. And that's something that's starting to help us to start to do that in the Northwest is our regional land use partnership. So as a result of our early Northwest 2045 work, we had the opportunity to pilot one of the 4 RLUPs across Scotland, which started in 2021. It's a government-funded initiative to help people talk about these issues in a neutral a neutral forum, including landowners, land managers, and the wider community to discuss issues about how land is used. We've been able to take a very community-led, place-based approach. Just going to get that picture up. Working directly with people in the community to talk about these challenges in a respectful, informed manner, to give us the best chance of finding solutions that meet the need of community, nature, and society. So our remit isn't to deliver change directly, but to help those conversations, those connections happen so that catalyzes the change. That process of talking really helps the change to start to happen. And this picture here, which isn't here, is here, shows the range of people that we've had involved in that work. So crofters, third sector, landowner, private sector, just a full range of the community. There's a lot more to say about that work, but I'm already 2 minutes over. So I just thought I'd summarize just a few of the 10 principles that we have talked about in our handbook that we produced for the whole work. So respecting knowledge and experience of the people in the place. Where possible and appropriate, paying for the time of people so that isn't just limited to people who are already time rich to be involved. We really try to find hidden voices, including the children and young people, the voices of the future, heaven help us, and respecting the carrying stream of knowledge from older generations and also learning from other people working on the same sort of work. And it's not easy, of course, and it takes patience and tenacity and courage to build those trusting relationships and work through the very many barriers. But we're going to keep trying to build a diverse landscape and a yard full of school children. Thank you. I'm sorry for the over. Sorry to go over.
Thank you so much. And our last speaker for this session is Fiona. Just a reminder, please do use the Slido to pop any questions. We will be taking some questions just after Fiona finishes.
Thank you, Marion. Good morning. I'm Fiona Daschofsky and I lead on the Council's Net Zero programme, and I'm delighted to be here today to speak to you as a board member of Highland Adapts. This morning I'd like to share why Highland Adapts plays such an important role in our region's response to climate change. I'll cover what we mean when we talk about climate change resilience and adaptation, and I'll also give you a quick overview of what the partnership has achieved so far, what we're focusing on over the next 18 months, and how you might want to get involved. Highland Adapts is a partnership. It's not an organisation. It was founded in 2021 by the partners listed on the screen, many of whom are represented here today. As you can see, the Council is one of the 9 founding partners. Each organisation has an equal voice in shaping the direction of the partnership and contributes an important perspective to the partnership with the shared goal of facilitating collaborative action for a more climate change resilient Highland region. So why does the Highland region have a partnership focused on climate change resilience? This chart shows how temperatures in Scotland have changed since the 1880s. You'll notice a clear shift since the 1980s. Almost every year has been warmer on the long-term average, and the last 2 decades include the hottest years on record. These rising temperatures are driving increasingly unpredictable and extreme changes to our climate, not just globally, but right here in the Highlands. And it's not just about hotter, drier weather. The impacts are wide-ranging and already affecting our communities, landscapes, and economy. For the Highlands, this means more frequent floodings and extreme rainfall, risks to farming, forestries, and aquaculture, impacts on health and biodiversity, increasing water scarcity and wildfires, and growing pressures on infrastructure and communities across the region. Even if we take the fastest and most effective actions necessary to reach net zero, these changes are already locked in. The immediate impacts of climate change are now unavoidable, and we're already experiencing them more often and more intensely. This is why climate change adaptation becomes necessary and vital. So when we talk about climate change resilience, we are specifically focused on the middle and left-hand sides of this diagram. Mitigation focuses on cutting emissions, tackling the root causes of climate change. Adaptation, on the other hand, is about responding to the impacts we're also seeing and those we know are coming. Resilience is built through adaptation, and while mitigation and adaptation are different, they're equally important and often work hand in hand towards the same goal of a livable future for everyone. Adaptation can look like flood protection, wildfire resilience, or upgrading infrastructure. And there's overlap too. Things like circular economy, healthy ecosystems, and connected communities benefit both mitigation and adaptation. Highland Adapts was formed with the recognition that to tackle such enormous challenges as these, we need to work together. Since its launch in 2021, Highland Adapts has built on building a strong foundation, both in terms of partnership and evidence. This means gathering and sharing information about how climate change is uniquely impacting our region so that we can make informed decisions and take meaningful action. This slide highlights some of the key milestones so far, including in 2023, we launched the Highland Weather and Climate Story Map. This is an online resource that collects lived experiences of weather and climate impacts across the region. In 2024, Highland Adapts alongside the Highland Environment Forum, Highlands Islands Climate Hub, the Highland Green Health Partnership, relaunched the Highland Charter for Climate, Nature and Health. This expanded charter is a pledge to put climate, nature and the benefits of green and blue health at the heart of decision making, improving wellbeing, resilience and the natural environment. In 2025, we published research on circular economy practices, focusing on future supply chain risks in the Highland, particularly in the food and drink sector, and how circular principles can support climate adaptation. And as a shameless plug, if you haven't already, please take the opportunity today to add your story to the story map and sign the charter to commit to an action. As referenced on the previous slide, in September 2024, Highland Adapts published the region's first economic assessment of climate change impacts, with sector-specific reports on energy, food and drink, and forestry and timber. This work feeds into our current focus, which is completing the first Highland Climate Change Risk and Opportunity Assessment. Its goal is to identify and prioritise the risks and opportunities from climate change to the Highlands region's economy, society and environment from now and until 2080. The assessment uses a robust UK-wide methodology informed by the third and upcoming fourth UK climate risk assessments and regional assessments by Climate Ready Clyde and Climate Ready South East Scotland. But Highland is unique, and we know that we cannot adapt in exactly the same ways as other areas. The assessment will deliver a shared evidence base, priority action areas for the region, and case studies to show how adaptation is already happening locally. This will become the foundation for decisions and investment, helping us shift from reacting to planning more proactively. The next 18 months mark a pivotal phase for Highland Adapts. In December, we'll host a regional workshop in Inverness to score and prioritise the risks and opportunities identified through the assessment. This will bring together organisations, communities, groups and businesses from across the Highlands. By February 26, we'll publish the Highland Climate Change Risk and Opportunity Assessment, including a list of prioritised regional priorities. We're now at a transition point, moving from evidence gathering to action. This means embedding findings of the assessment and supporting the identification and development of adaptation projects on the ground. Adapting to climate change is everyone's responsibility. No single organisation or community can do this alone. Our ability to work together to tackle this enormous challenge will shape the resilience of the Highlands for generations to come. Highland Adapts is just one piece of a much bigger picture, but it is a vital piece, offering a platform for sharing resources and opportunities. As we enter 2026, the partnership is in a very strong position, backed by growing momentum and a solid evidence base. Still, we know that there are many individuals and organisations who are eager to participate. Today, I can give you 3 clear ways to connect with this work. If you are interested in joining the Risk and Opportunity Scoring Workshop in December to help shape the regional priorities, please get in touch with a brief explanation of the perspective you could bring. If you are an organisation interested in exploring joining the partnership, we are also very happy to speak to you. Everyone can stay engaged. Follow Highland Adapts online, share the story and connect with others. You can find all the relevant links, resources and contact details on our website, highlandadapts.scot. Thank you for being part of this conversation today. The challenges we face are significant, but so are the opportunities to work together to build a more resilient Highland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona. And we'll just move into the questions now. And Joan, I'm putting you in charge of Slido, okay? So if you grab your microphones. Don't need to do anything. Oh no, don't need to do anything. So we've got a couple of pre-prepared questions which our panellists have been thinking about to give you guys the information. And then if anyone has anything that they'd like to bring up, we have a couple of roving microphones. Katie's on it, Aisling's on it. Yes, so Katie and Aisling have the microphones, so if you want to ask a question, please just make yourselves known, pop your hand up, and somebody will come and support you with that, with the microphone. So, our first question is, from your different perspectives of land use, peatland restoration, and adaptation, how do you see place shaping the kinds of climate solutions that could work in Highland? I don't know, does anyone particularly want to start? Go for it, Fiona.
So apologies, this is quite a long answer, but I think it's obviously quite complex, the different areas that I'm going to try and pick off. So to me, first of all, place is more than geography. It's about people, identity and lived experience. And in the Highlands, as we've already said, every place is different, and that means the climate solutions we need must be different too. From a planning and policy perspective, we're already seeing a shift both nationally and locally towards recognising the importance of place-based action. And I think the upcoming Highland Local Development Plan will be a key driver of adaptation on the ground. It will help to shape land use, infrastructure and investment decisions that determine how resilient our communities can be. For communities, we need to build a more robust picture of change where people live, not just through data, but through stories and local knowledge, and that's why the likes of the tools such as the Highland Weather and Climate Story Map that I mentioned are so important. From the Highland Adapts perspective, we've seen that climate impacts are not abstract, and these challenges vary dramatically across the region, and so must our responses. There's no one-size-fits-all solution, and what works in one area will not work in other areas. That's why we need to listen, learn, and co-create solutions with communities, not for them. Some communities are already leading the way, sharing their stories, shaping local plans and demanding action. As Joan mentioned during the introduction, Golspie is a powerful example of a place seriously at risk and actively calling for change. But we also know there are many places across the Highlands that are exposed to climate risks yet don't have the level of engagement that we'd like to see. These communities are at risk of being left behind in the conversation, and that's something we must change. And that's why the Highland Climate Change Risk and Opportunity Assessment is so important. It will create space for conversations about risks, resilience and viable solutions, and help us to support both highly engaged and less engaged places to remain viable and ensure that adaptation planning is rooted in local realities. Economically, adaptation is no longer an option. It's essential to protect jobs, attract investment and ensure long-term growth. And we're now seeing encouraging signs through public bodies and the likes of HIE increasingly recognising adaptation as an economic necessity. But again, solutions must be tailored to each place's economic profile and vulnerabilities. So when we talk about climate solutions in the Highland, we must start with place, because place determines the risks, the relationships and the resilience that make adaptation possible. And if we want to build a climate resilient Highland, we must ensure every community has the opportunity to shape its future.
Thank you so much. I don't know, does anyone want to follow that? I don't know if there's anything left to say.
It's very comprehensive. And I was going to really focus on the importance of bringing people into every conversation, of course, community-led conversations and solutions, and solutions that meet the needs of communities, obviously, whilst also achieving the change that society needs to see. So just a few examples that I had thought about was, well, you can tell us more about, you have told us more about peatland restoration and how that can benefit communities, and I really appreciate the work that the Flow Country Partnership is doing in pushing that through the legal system. It's quite pioneering and courageous, so thank you on behalf of the rest of the Crofton communities. Yes, other ideas might be community engagement in deer management being quite a big issue, but there is potential there for people in communities to be involved in that and to be benefiting from it, whilst also benefiting the environment. And also, obviously, there's in the peatland restoration, there's a lot of potential jobs to be had, which is, it's great to see. There was restoration up behind our house, and it's fabulous to see a young guy who I know had got himself trained up to do that very specific, utterly beautiful. I don't often use the word beautiful and digger in the same sentence, but it really is amazing what they do, and that's real potential. Those sorts of jobs, keeping people involved. That's just some ideas.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Janet, have you got anything you want to add to that?
Thanks, Lizzie. Just wondering if this was switched on. Yeah, I completely agree. Thank you for mentioning the digger drivers, because they're a massive part of what we're doing. With the designation of the World Heritage Site, it gives me an idea or a chance to focus in on place. But remembering that the area that's been designated, actually there's only about 10 people that live within the designation. So we're really keen to focus on the surrounding towns and communities and try and bring some of the benefits of the designation, the inscription of the World Heritage Site to the wider communities within Caithness and Sutherland. And I think peatland restoration absolutely is a great thing, and I completely agree with you. It's really pretty when you see some of the drone footage that Joan produced. It is important that we take it back to people, as well as, the nature is very important. The site has been inscribed for its peat forming processes and the associated biodiversity and ecosystem services that produces. But it's really important that we bring people along with us, and we maximise the amount of local jobs that can be created in this, and that we bring some of the benefits of that back to local communities. And I think that's the thing I want to stress. I should also stress it won't happen tomorrow. It is a difficult process, and we're just working our way through it, and we're building up slowly, but we're really keen that happens. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. It's really inspiring to kind of hear so many like-minded conversations. So thank you so much for that. I just want to bring your attention to the Slido, because I forgot. We do have the ability to ask questions from the Slido, but we have also asked you guys a question. So we want to know, what do you want to protect in your place? And lots of people have been, without prompting, filling that in, so that's incredible. But if you could take a moment at some point to fill that in as well, please, that'd be brilliant. And our second question is, when you look 10 to 15 years ahead, what do you hope a successful place or landscape in the Highlands will look like in terms of people, geography and economy? And if it's okay, we'll just go back to you, Fiona, is that okay?
That's fine. And just to highlight, I'm doing a course at the moment which is identified that I am, believe it or not, for the people in the room that know me, that apparently I like to think before I speak, not the other way around, which I know will be a shock to a lot. So that's why I really was grateful to get the questions in advance and kind of think this out, because obviously I'm thinking from a Highland Adapts perspective as well, not just my kind of own thoughts. So, but personally, when I think about 10 to 15 years ahead, I see a Highland that's thriving, prosperous and resilient, not just in the face of climate change, but how we respond to future risks we face as a region, as a council, as a community. In terms of people, I think there's a lot of very common themes, what we're all kind of talking about as well, but to me that's about when our communities and businesses are informed and they understand that there are options and that they also have the resources to act. It's about empowering people to lead on change, not just to respond to that. And apologies, I can't remember at what stage we mentioned earlier, but really crucially it means about reducing inequality. So we need to ensure that our most vulnerable aren't left behind in the transition to net zero and adapting to climate change. I think there is genuine opportunity for positive change, and success will be defined by whether we harness that opportunity together. So in terms of the geography, that means that we've implemented the necessary changes to adapt in how we operate, how we build and maintain infrastructure, how we grow and supply our food, how we farm, how we protect and enhance our natural world, and that we'll see connected, resilient landscapes that enable nature to adapt. And as it's been picked up as well this morning, that nature restoration will deliver ecosystem services that actively reduce risks from the likes of flooding to wildfire. And if we talk, if we look at economically, then that's looking at that we've got models that work for us. So if we take the flow country, for example, we've successfully re-wetted it, blocked the ditches, restored its ecosystems. We'll see biodiversity thriving, carbon locked in, and valuable ecosystem services being delivered, and that's a triple win for biodiversity, for emissions reduction, and for economic resilience. And also a model that supports jobs and restoration, that benefit's been felt across the Highlands.
Perfect. Thank you so much for such a comprehensive answer.
Well, let's just put that out there. If there's other questions, I'm not sure how I'll answer them. I need to take a minute to think about it. Unless it's what I want for lunch, then that's
I wish I was identified as someone who thought before they spoke. Lizzie, do you want to follow up with anything?
Piece of paper just to read the question again.
Well,
as you know, we were shared just the actual wording. Thank you. So, when I look 10 to 15 years ahead, to start with, sometimes I look down the country and down the globe and I see unbearable temperatures and unbearable drought. And I just think I would not be able to live there. And so for starters, I feel fortunate that we are not facing those sorts of extreme changes in that direction. And so I think maybe this depopulation, I should say this in my thoughts, I have not verified this with the rest of the group, but I feel that we may be at a nadir, at a low point at the moment, and that actually this area, despite its midges on the west coast, may become more attractive to people moving in and making a life there rather than just coming to visit. So that's one thing. The main tenure, land tenure in our area is crofting tenure. I know that's not the case across the whole area, but there's a lot of crofting in our area, and I think that is really key. At the moment, it's very hard to make a living, and sheep numbers are reducing. Common grazing areas, so the sort of rough pasture up on the hills, that's not really used, but not really looked after either, dare I say. And so maybe there's potential there to encourage different sort of crofting that does produce more food, so that the in-by land down low is used environment, in nature-friendly food production, but that will create more of a mosaic of habitats down low, and then maybe the common grazing areas there could be more peatland restoration, but also more woodland restoration as well, and making the most of not just the peatland carbon code, but also the woodland code and the upcoming ecosystem restoration code, which is going to be really interesting when that comes in. And the changes in agricultural subsidies as well might change that. So yes, does that tick some boxes of people, geography and economy, 10 to 15 years ahead? Yeah, that's
perfect. Thank you so much. Janet, yourself?
Follow that. I just remembered that I'd forgotten to plug we're having a conference ourselves coming up. So I'm going to have a shameless plug as well. We're having a tourism gathering next month on the 12th and 13th in Wick and Armadale. And the purpose of that is to work with local tourism providers, local businesses, try to start a conversation. There has already been quite a lot of work done in that field, but trying to get an idea from them as to how the World Heritage Site can start to deliver for local businesses. So that's about, again, local businesses around the site benefiting from the site's inscription. So if anybody's interested in coming along, just give me a shout. But can I get the question again? Sorry, I haven't done the planning.
Do you want me to read it out again so everybody...
Yes, that will give me time to think.
So, when you look 10 to 15 years ahead, what do you hope a successful place or landscape in the Highlands will look like in terms of people, geography and economy?
So I think, yes, lots more people involved and engaged and employed in, well, from our perspective, peatland restoration and management of the environment. Yeah, I'd like to see a lot more peatland restoration taking place, obviously. I'd like to see the bogs performing as they should in a more natural state, and I'd like to see a healthy economy, obviously, for local people, where the true value of nature is being recognised and kept locally. I think too much in the past has, been about the value of a place being taken and exported somewhere else. I think we need to try and keep it within, in my case, Caithness and Sutherland. So that's my answer. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Is there any questions from the room? Go. One here. If you want to let us know if they're just for everybody or for one person in particular.
Thank you. My name's Peter Darmady, and I work for the Campster Peatland Regeneration up in Caithness. And our business is about peatland restoration, native woodland creation, and also creative communities. So the question is, what does the panel think about the idea of rights for specific landscapes, in our case the bog? What do you think about rights for the landscapes? Thank you.
In terms of community rights, or in terms of landowners and crofters?
Oh, neither. Rights for the actual landscape itself. There's a river in New Zealand which now has its own rights for itself. So the bog, she should have her own rights as a sort of person.
Yep.
Discuss.
That is a difficult question. Yeah, because of land ownership, we tend to think about the people who own the land and the people who manage the land, and now we are starting to think more widely about the communities that are using the land. But you're absolutely right. We don't tend to think about the intrinsic rights of the land itself and the wildlife that lives on that land. And yeah, I mean, that I would say is probably a failing in our society. We, in a Western society, do tend to just focus on a very human-centric approach, and we don't consider the intrinsic rights of the land itself. I think the things that we're trying to do will hopefully help the nature to recover and the bog to function in a more natural state. And even we're talking about ecosystem services, and that's a very people-focused term. It's about what nature can do for us and what our benefits are in terms of reducing wildfires, which we usually start, and reducing flooding, which we have caused through climate change, all this sort of stuff. So, yeah, I think what we're doing is just trying to make the peatlands, in my case, function in a more natural state, yes. But you're right, it is undertaken very much from a people-focused viewpoint, and perhaps we should be considering more the right of the place and the right of the nature that it supports. So, yeah, I don't think there's an answer to your question, but thanks for the question. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting question, and I do not have an answer either. I've only just started reading that Robert Macfarlane book, which I think, yes, might be. So I haven't got very far, which means I don't have a not very informed response. But instinctively, I feel that nature should have more rights and that we should have a less anthropocentric kind of approach to things. But in terms of the just transition that we were talking about earlier, I think we would have to be very careful. If you're giving one thing rights, does that mean that there's an equal and opposite impact on communities' rights, which, you know, as we've been talking about, really need bolstering, not just rights, but voice and agency and empowerment. So, yeah, I think it would have to be looked at holistically in the round like that.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to check in with Joan. Have we got time for one more question or question from Slido? Oh, great. It's saying 10 minutes for ages. Okay, 10 minutes, everyone. Okay, is there anyone else? Aisling, just behind you? Behind you?
Hi there, hi. My name's Orla. I work over in the Northwest Highlands on a wee island restoration project. And I'm wondering what the panel's opinion is on what role the private sector has to play on keeping a sense of place, keeping heritage in communities, in the work that we're doing in our communities in the Highlands. Thanks.
I don't know if anyone's best placed to start that one. Does anyone want to take it?
Probably not an expert answer. I'm looking at Gail here in terms of community benefit, etc. But I think that obviously, in terms of how we're working, I'm answering this now more from a Highland Council perspective than Highland Adapts, by the way, is that we are looking probably more at bringing in a lot more private sector investment for different projects, just because there's so many constraints in terms of public sector funding. And as part of that, there is a lot of private sector companies that are looking more at the kind of community benefits. And in terms of the companies I've been involved with, it is very much like that place-based approach rather than the generic blanket approach that we're trying to kind of move away from, you know, in terms of procurement and contracts, what we would have seen typically, you know, that is usually the standard X number of apprenticeships to actually what the benefit can be, and that they're taking that whole community into consideration when they're looking at actually what we're delivering on the ground. I'm not sure if that kind of answers any of your question, or...
Yeah. Does anyone else on the panel want to feed in?
Yeah. Well, we're obviously trying to get through the Green Finance Initiative. That's the key source of our future funding. So we're hoping to bring in private finance. There is, of course, you know, we have carbon and we have to sell that, and it is a bit kind of related to your question as well, in that we're providing these carbon credits to landowners where the land has been degraded. We're not actually rewarding the land that has, you know, not been drained and not been eroded. So it's a bit difficult, that one. How would we get private finance to, you know, support more positive works on that kind of ground? But we're definitely trying through the carbon code to unlock the potential from private investors, and of course there is a trade-off to be made there, in that they're looking to reduce their carbon footprint, and you know we're with the Flow Country Partnership, we've got pretty strict guidelines as to what kind of companies we will sell the carbon to. We don't want to just sell it to people who will be greenwashing. So we really have quite a strict set of guidelines on that. But yeah, I mean, I think it will play a key role, and hopefully will unlock a lot more peatland restoration, and that's really what we're after at the moment. So.
Thank you very much. Sorry, no, carry on.
I was going to just give a quick answer to that. I've actually sort of slightly forgotten what the question was, but I think in the perspective of the North West Highlands, where private sector often means large or wealthy estates, private estates, I think there's a really important role there in genuinely looking to partner and work alongside communities. And I know that's really hard to do. There's lots of sort of cultural and heritage and dare I say the word class issues bound up in that. But I think if their intention is genuine to really listen and support and work together, collaborate meaningfully, I think there's a huge opportunity there for private estates to support climate action, adaptation, mitigation, as well as the community wealth building that is really needed.
Perfect, thank you so much. I think we've got about 2 minutes left. Is there any other questions in the room? Oh, just one over here. And if you did ask something on Slido, I'm sure we can put it to the panel and update later on. Thank you. Go for it.
Thank you. Name's Duncan Brighton. The question really was about crofting, which Lizzie brought up on several occasions. I just wonder what we can do with existing legislation. I understand the Crofting Commission have indicated there's 5,000 crofts that are occupied by people who don't live within the legal distance, which is 20 miles from your croft. Now, do you think if we applied this type of condition, which is already on the statute books, we could put several more hundred people, young people, with a whole range of different skills into places like the Northwest? And would you like to see this type of thing being much more rigidly applied?
Yes and yes. I don't know how it gets more diligently applied, or rigorously applied rather, but yeah, it's absolutely needed. The access of young people to land, people I know are desperate, and they see derelict crofts not being used, and also crofts changing hands for huge amounts of money, which I'm not sure was really the original intention of the crofting setup. So yeah, I do not know enough about crofting legislation to know how that could be implemented better, but absolutely it would be beneficial.
I think there's also some people living in the crofting areas with multiple crofts, so they might be sitting on 10 crofts, and they're complaining that there's not enough young people coming in. So I think there's an internal sort of look that communities have to make, and groups like yours, I think, need to lobby much harder for these sorts of changes, which can already be done under existing legislation.
Does anyone want to add anything? Well, I think we get a gold star. We're 4 seconds over. Thank you, everybody, for your questions. As I say, we'll have a note of the ones from Slido, so we will put those to the panel and somehow get them answered. Thank you very much. We'll be on to our next session.
So there might be questions. Hi folks, we're going to start again in a couple of minutes. So if you want to grab anything, if you're still having a chat, you've got till 18 minutes past, which I've now realised when I've started speaking is only in another minute. So. Afternoon, everyone. It's me again. I promise this afternoon you're going to get a bit of a break from me until we come to the closing plenary. We're now going to go with our people session. Like I think I said in my housekeeping, we're actually going to end a little bit earlier for lunch, so it'll be 1 o'clock for lunch. So this session is going to be a little bit shorter than we had previously advertised, and takes us up to that all-important cake for Ross. This people session, I think that, and hearing the voices of our communities this morning, hearing our last session in the place, I'm a firm believer that in social capital, and that we can have the most beautiful place in the world. We can have all the money in the world, but actually without people to make things happen, we don't really have anything. And I'm delighted that we have this panel of all fairly young people, much younger than me anyway, here to represent us today. And this is an informal kind of conversation type session. There'll be time for some questions, but as I said, we are going to try and head towards lunch. So to introduce everybody, we have, first of all, we have Jake, who's delighted to see his face that big. Jake is a member of the Scottish Youth Parliament for Skye, Lochaber, Badenoch and Strathspey. He is also part of the Highlands and Islands Climate Hub, actually coordinate the Highlands YLAG, which is the Highlands Youth Local Action Group, and Jake is a member of the YLAG. Jake has many other hats as well and does lots of other things. Then we have Tom. Tom is Carbon Neutral Islands CNI officer for RASI. If any of you don't know about the CNI project, it is a series of 6 islands that are looking to become carbon neutral, and it's supported by the Scottish Government. And then we have Remi, who is the co-founder of the African, Caribbean, Asian and Mixed Heritage Association. Remi is based here in Inverness. Remi has also done some work with Science Ceilidh in looking at climate attitudes in Highland. So, like our last session, we've got some pre-prepared questions. And then we should have some time for this panel are only kind of open to about 1 or 2 questions on the spot at the end, I think. So, my first question to all of you is, first of all, feel free to introduce yourselves a little bit when I do this icebreaker question. But we've asked people, what does Highland mean to you? What does climate mean to you? So, in 1 or 2 words as you introduce yourselves, if you'd like to answer those 2 questions. And we'll start with Remi.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Remi. As Joan said, I'm co-founder of ACAMHA, so African, Caribbean, Asian and Mixed Heritage Association. So we do lots of different things for our community group, but essentially trying to help people from ethnic minority backgrounds to feel integrated into the community. And that's in every sense, and climate change is part of that because it's part of our existential crisis that we experience through climate change. And the Highlands, what does it mean to me? It's just a piece of calm for me. I'm a Londoner. I've lived here for over 10 years, and this is such a peaceful place to live. And I want
it to continue to be a wonderful and peaceful place to live. And at the same time, I also do feel like climate and Highland kind of feel a bit lost for someone who looks like me. Yeah, that's the word I would use, lost.
Thank you, Remi. Tom?
Yes, thank you, Joan. Hello, folks. So my name is Tom. I live on the Isle of Raasay, and yes, I've also got the privilege of working with the community of Isle of Raasay. So yeah, like Joan said, I worked on the Carbon Neutral Islands project, which is a Scottish Government project, and I'm the development officer on the ground there, and I see largely my role as trying to translate that into something that actually serves the community and isn't something that is being imposed on the community. And yeah, when I reflect on those words, a couple of words, what's the Highlands climate to me? Home, connected, but also disconnected, disparity, extraction, and opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Jake?
Thank you, Joan. So I'm Jake. I'm a member of the Scottish Youth Parliament for Skyle, Lochaber and Badenoch. But like she said, I do have a couple of other hats with me today. So I'm chair of the Highland Youth Parliament. I am the deputy convener of the Education and Lifelong Learning Committee at the Scottish Youth Parliament. And I go to the Dingley Youth Forum. And I do the YLAG too. So, but yeah, for me, Highland, like Tom said, it's my home. I've grown up here. I'm only 17, but I've lived here all my life. And I don't think that if I ever do go away, I'll definitely end up coming back. I love where I live. And climate is worrying, I would say, but also hopeful. Seeing a big gathering of people like this is hopeful for the future as well.
Thank you, Jake. I'm sure that Highland will welcome you back if you do decide to go away. So my first question, or no, actually it's my second question now. Get it together, Joan, get it together. When we talk about climate change in Highland, we might be drawn to thinking about our landscapes or the natural assets, but people and the choices that we make in communities every day are a big part of the story too. Each of you has stepped forward in different ways in the communities that you live, work, or study. What led you to become a change maker in your community, and what motivates you to continue on that path? And we'll go with Tom in the middle this time.
Thank you, Joan. So my approach to this question has been minimal preparation, so here we go. And yeah, when I reflect on this question, what led me, I cannot give a nice fancy answer except for saying that I listened, and I listened to myself, and that was despite a lot of rational things saying, don't do this job. And often we think of rural communities, or the narrative that I hear is of a disadvantage because of the remoteness, but I also think there can be great gifts and opportunity, and that's a gift that I've been afforded, the fact that I'm sitting up here and got a job that maybe I wouldn't have got on the mainland because I wouldn't have been considered qualified. And now I'm in this position, when I look back, to take this role, I took a pay cut. I'd just been given a promotion. There was a lot of other reasons to say, keep doing this other job. But there was a little part of me that said, go for this. This is the right thing. And I'm very glad I listened to that. And now that I'm in it, it's like, what motivation do I need? I'm not short of motivation. But when I really think, I feel like I'm fortunate that my job is to serve my place, the people, and the planet ultimately. And so that is my greater motivation. And now I can see that the work that we do, you see the results of that. And I think working on a community level is really good for that, because you do see that. And I see the results in the land, but I see it also in the people. And I'll give a quick example. We have a habitat restoration project, and last week we went on a learning exchange. And I just stepped back and I watched this team that we've trained up to deliver this project, and they're really passionately telling them about the work that they do, and everyone is enthralled to listening to these people, and there was supposedly experts there listening to them, and you could just see that these people had emerged so much, and like that's my motivation right there. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I'm going to come to you next, Jake.
Well, I don't know if I would call myself a change maker in my community.
I would.
So I was motivated to become a change maker when I first started going to the Dingley Youth Forum. I would go on and off weekly, starting about 4 years ago, but I started consistently going 2 years ago. And all the opportunities that opened up for me, on top of how it helped me to see what other young people in my community wanted, and that I could do something with my friends who also went, that we could do something to help them get those things. It's rewarding, and we would work for weeks on projects, and then once we would distribute them, for instance, we did some mental health and wellbeing packs last year. We made over 180 to be distributed throughout our secondary school. And seeing the impact that these packs have on our peers and stuff, it's just motivating us to do more, and it further motivates us. And I think youth representation and youth voice has been such a big part of my life, and what keeps me motivated is just seeing the positive impacts that someone like me can have on so little or so many people.
Thank you, Jake. Remi.
Okay, so what made... Say the question again.
Let me scroll back.
Sorry.
We're having a reoccurring joke in our team at the moment that I don't know where Ashley's gone to, that I'm a boomer, so we're... When we talk about climate change in Highland, what might be drawn to thinking about the we might be drawn to thinking about the landscapes or the natural assets, but people and choices we make in our communities every day are a big part of the story too. Each of you has stepped forward in different ways in the community that you live, work, or study. What led you to become a change maker in your community, and what motivates you to continue on that path?
Okay, so when I first moved up here, I didn't, I'm coming from London, and I'm born and bred in London. And yes, I did have my in-laws that live up here, so it was great, I had that connection. But at the same time, I didn't realise how much it was going to affect me being such a minority in this community. And for different aspects of my life, I did feel like me as a person and people who look like me weren't considered in many different tables. And that's to do with health, to do with climate change, it could be education, lots of different areas. And so when me and two other mums who look like me set up this group back in 2020, we had this idea that we just want people to feel integrated and feel part of this community in every sense. And I think I met someone at Science Ceilidh, and that really just got me thinking about, I really want some more representation when it comes to climate change, because if there isn't someone who we can identify with who talks about climate change and all these things that we need to do, not because it's only one group of people should be making those changes. Everybody needs to be making those changes, but if we're not identifying with people that are talking from the front, well, it's really difficult to kind of be on board. And so British Science Association and Science Ceilidh kind of said, we've got a small fund, how would you feel working with one of the researchers? And I was like, absolutely up my street. One of my backgrounds, I wear many different hats. One of my backgrounds, I do research and community-led research, and is my thing. Participatory research is right up my street. So when we had this opportunity, I was like, yes. And I really wanted to kind of capture the attitudes of people who look like me in the Highlands, and how, because that's the starting point, I believe. Like, that is really the starting point, it's the attitude. What's their thinking? Where do they feel like they fit in terms of changing behaviours and making actionable changes for our community and for the climate at large. And yeah, I think for me, it's about my role, I feel, is about being a bridging gap between, you know, me as a person, my identity, and also the community and what this community means to us in a wider sense, and one of them obviously being climate change. So for wanting to make a mark and make the community voice impossible to ignore. So that's why I'm continuing to change.
Thank you, Remi. My next question is just for Jake, and I feel that it's also a question that lots of people in the room will also want to have the answer to, because it is the pervading conversation that goes on, is how do we get more young people involved? So, Jake, young people in Highland are going to inherit the climate challenges that we face today. What do you feel is most often missing in how decision makers involve young people, and what would genuine youth leadership look like to you?
No pressure then, Joan. I think what's often missing is real involvement. Not just being asked for our views in some consultation that gets sent to you or shared with you on Facebook or by one of your friends, and then you put your answers in and then you never hear anything about it again. Too often young people are invited to share ideas or take part in projects, and then decisions are either already made or the input that they give is just looked over, and it's like, oh, young people, they don't know what they're doing. An experience is something that I hear a lot with what I do. And a lot of the time it's just to say that, so those people can go up and say, look, we have consulted young people and they want this too, when it's just really being ignored. To me, genuine youth leadership means giving young people the space and support to actually lead, not just like symbolically to make it look like they are, but practically so they are actively getting the experience of leading, but leading themselves too. It's about having young people at the table when these plans are being written, when decisions are being made, when budgets are being set, when policies are being reviewed. It's recognizing that young people in Highland know our communities, we understand what climate change looks like here, and that we have ideas come from living it day to day. Sorry. If decision makers trusted us more and gave us the resources and backing to take real action, I think we'd see amazing things happen. We don't just want to inherit the outcomes, we want to help share the journey toward a fairer and greener Highland. Forgive me, but I'm also here, like I said, with my Scottish Youth Parliament hat on too, and our new 2026 to 31 manifesto was compiled with the input of almost 5,000 young people from across the country. 6 of these policies are regarding a renewable society and a greener future, from things simple as for young people themselves, this is age 14 to 25, young people calling for more nature reserves in the country, to just outright calling out the government, saying that they need to take urgent action on the climate emergency. And it's easy for people to say they want young people's opinions, but I rarely see anything come of those. To me, youth leadership is young people taking these policies and these opinions to decision makers, whether it's third sector like charities, or a local councillor, or your MSP. And then those views being valued and then acted on with that young person and other young people involved in the decision-making process after that.
Thank you very much, Jake. I think that's a really important message to share. I have to say, I'm not young, obviously. But as I said, we've been working on forming the Highland YLAG. There's another couple of people here today, Molly and Hannah. And we had, a few months ago now, residential at Dundregan to start setting that up to look at what their priorities were. I am so impressed by that group of young people, and to involve more young people in those decision-making processes and to do it meaningfully. I think that there are lots of young people who have a real, genuine and meaningful voice to be able to share. I'm now going to, I think we're going to do a slightly different order to the questions that I gave you, but just because, Tom, you haven't spoken for a while. So, Tom, Raasay is an island community where it's been cleared from the C&I project that there's been high levels of engagement within the community, and I hope Tom's going to touch a little bit on how they did those high levels of engagement. What can we learn from that experience about how to involve people in climate action so they feel included and see real benefits in their daily lives?
Well, when I was listening to you speak there, Jake, I think you hit the nail on the head for a lot of sort of the underlying message that I'd like to get to. Tick box engagement, and even the word engagement sometimes now makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. It implies agenda, or an agenda to me. So yeah, when I reflect back on our journey, like Joan said, yeah, we had quite a lot of engagement on Raasay. We went out with the question of like, how are we going to make Raasay carbon neutral? How? And that was really what we were going at. And we went around to start speaking to people, and really that started by doing an island-wide census, which was linked to climate action, but also everything else that a little community would be concerned with. And as we did this, the why emerged. The why. It's like, why would people engage with us? Why would people, get on board with the project? And it became very apparent all of a sudden that we had the questions the wrong way round. You got to ask the why first. And like, why would Raasay get along with this? Why would you bother? Why would you even come out of your house on a cold, windy February night to come and speak to us? So I think that's really key. You got to figure out the why, and it was already touched on a lot, I think, on the previous presentations or the talks. Some people were saying, like, what's the community need? What are the most pressing issues? And yeah, because obviously those aren't going to be looked at in an isolated manner. So thinking specifically, bringing back to the question of successful engagement, I think what worked for us was we are small enough and had the resource that we could listen. Because I think true engagement is a deep listening exercise. It's not just saying, is this agenda, do you agree with this? It's listening. And we had the privilege of going door to door and speaking to people. And a lot of people were, skeptical. Like, why? What are you doing? This isn't going to work. Oh, I've seen a project like this come before, and they just fly away. And communicating then the narrative of like, look, it doesn't matter what you think about climate action. This is a good thing for this place. And while not everyone will get behind climate action, nearly 99% of people in my experience will get behind that message. So, yeah, what was the full question? What was the key to success for the engagement? What was the...
Well, how to involve people in climate action so they feel included and see real benefits in their daily lives.
Yeah, okay. So to wrap that up, for inclusion and for engagement to work, first of all, you're making an assumption that people are able to speak their mind, and so you need to give people the space and also the tools to speak their mind. I've seen whole tables of people say things that have been completely swayed by one loud voice on that table. So engagement was done 100% well, but was what was really people thinking emerged? I'm not sure. So I think to actually include people, you need to really put a lot of effort into the space. And if you've got the capacity, give people the skills, the tools to also say what they actually think and what they want. And make it tangible. Make it tangible. Like, a lot of climate action can be untangible. But I'll just wrap up, we listen to the why. We're a climate project, yet we're delivering social housing. It's got a little bit of an environmental impact, but it's massively a social project, and that has brought people on board. And then when you bring people on board in that sense, you start seeing that it's very interconnected. The social issues that they're more worried about are probably caused at the root by the same crap that is causing climate change and the same systems. So perhaps you bring them on the social side, and then hopefully they can start seeing the interconnected nature of it. Yeah, so something like that.
Thank you, Tom. Remi, you work with communities who often feel overlooked or feel left out of big conversations. How can we make climate action more inclusive so that people see themselves reflected in it and see benefits in terms of health, equity and well-being?
So I just want to start by echoing what Tom just said there about, like, it is social as much as it is, you know, just practical. And, you know, I think when we try to separate, like, climate is over here and then life is over here and society is over there, it really, it's all the same thing. It's all under the same umbrella. And I think when it's, I don't want to say sold, but when it's mentioned in that kind of way, that's, you get people's buy-in. You get people's like, oh yeah, so it's for me as well. And especially for my community group, I'm by no means a representative, I suppose, for them, because there's so many different cultures and traditions and things that are part of our community group. So whilst I'm UK born, there's people that are part of our community group who are not. And so, you know, when we done this project, the research project, which finished last year, April, just about, you know, attitudes and behaviours of people of ethnic minority in the Highlands, what they were saying things I never even imagined. People were saying things like, they're concerned about their home country. They're concerned about the crap that is going on in their homeland, and how it's affecting, you know, people, their families back there. And a lot of it is to do with kind of commercialization and, you know, technology and things like that we all want and in this Western world, and it's not considered. And so their attitude, they come here because, you know, they might need to work and things like that, but at the same time there's maybe a slight resentment for some people, not all people. And that's something that I had not considered. Plus there's kind of a trust issue, and you know, I think we're not being asked. I think that was maybe the difference between, you know, what you were saying there about the youth. We're not actually even being asked. And Joan, I just thank you for allowing me to come here today, or inviting me, because, like, I could get really emotional right now because we're not even being asked, we're not even being invited. So how can you ask people who are coming from wherever they are, from whatever countries they're coming from, and especially you will see a lot more black people in Inverness recently because they've been asked to come here for the care sector. So, you know, earlier on we were speaking about, you know, the ageing population is much more higher, and yet we're asking people from different countries to come here, and then they come here and they don't feel like they're part of this community. Like, we can't have it both ways. It's really difficult. And why would people come here and they work and live here and they work hard and they don't have the greatest jobs, and then it's like, yeah, but we're over here, we're sorting out all the climate things, and you're just over there, you're not invited. And I would hope it doesn't look like that in the next couple of years. I really hope that the people that have come here from different places do feel like actually this is their community, and part of being in that community means protecting, preserving, looking after where we live. It is an amazing, beautiful place to live. I love so many aspects of living here, but what I find difficult is that, yeah, we're not even being asked. And I fear for my children who go to school, who are born here, who go to school here, and they're not being considered. And you think, yeah, but they're just another human. Yeah, but also they face different kind of social issues, which then feeds into, again, going back to the research project, of their behaviours and attitudes towards climate, because maybe climate then is not their it's not their first kind of priority, because they're trying to just work out the basic, you know, Maslow hierarchy of needs. They're just trying to work out the most basics of things. So I was really pleased to hear earlier on about the Rakemore project, because that gives me hope that, even where there's gaps between people who, face different really difficult challenges, they're being invited, and things are being changed to make sure they're being included, and that they know that their actions are valuable and what they can do to be a part of this life. It's not even be a part of climate change and action, and climate action is for everyone. So yeah.
Thank you, Remi, and I think that's a really important message to share. I first became aware of Remi because of the work that she'd done with the British Science Association, and it is in my head every single week, how can we make sure that we're including Remi in this conversation, because I think that it's really, really important. I think that we don't always think about the Highlands as being as culturally diverse as what I certainly see and what I observe as Highland becoming, and like making sure that we include young people and including all voices. I think that Remi's message is really important. I think also a very important message is, now Joan's going to go on her soapbox and we're going to go over time, but is that, and I think that it featured in our film, that I don't know what to do about climate change, is that it's not always, people have lives that they're living. The cost of living crisis, potentially like many, many other social issues that are going on. And climate isn't the top one that's on everybody's priority list. But actually a lot of, and some of the questions that have come through in the Slido actually are around how do we address poverty action? How does poverty action link with climate? How do other things link with climate? How do we persuade other people who might not be interested in climate? It's not their first priority. And actually, I spend most of my time thinking, how can I talk about climate change without actually talking about climate change? Because it's just so big and it's so vast. But actually, when you come down to things like the project that Tom's done on Rassie, a lot of that is actually about providing warm, comfortable homes for people, and that is things that people can get engaged with. But that's why it's even more important that all of the voices, all of the social issues that are going on, and again, that climate doesn't operate in a silo, it's part of all of that bigger picture. Right, I'm going to climb down off my soapbox now and go back to my questions. So, a question for all of you, and I'm going to start with Jake. Climate change can feel overwhelming. The question is literally what I've just said, isn't it? So anyway, here we'll go. Climate change can feel overwhelming when people are already juggling the pressures of daily life. What's one practical way that you've seen that helps communities connect climate change to things that matter most to them, like health, jobs, or well-being?
The most effective way that I've seen communities connect climate action to their everyday lives is when it's linked to things that already matter to them or that they already consider in their daily lives, like saving money or improving well-being or supporting local businesses or local employment. For example, community growing projects or local food initiatives do more than just help the local environment. They are supporting local businesses, they bring people in your community together, they can improve mental health, and they also keep money in the local economy. It's the same with things like community energy or active travel projects. When people actually see that using renewables can lower their bills or that walking and cycling can save you money while you're doing your bit for the environment, whether it be on that small scale or not, it becomes less about a big global issue and it becomes more of something that's in your little rural Highland village. In the Highlands, especially where communities, like I said, are quite rural, it's a sense of local pride and looking after each other that I would say drives action. When climate work feels like community work and supporting your neighbours and your family, people get involved and it definitely goes forward much easier than it would have if you stormed in and said, do this for climate change.
Thank you, Jake. Just before I come to Tom, I'm going to say I have activated that Slido side now where you can put your responses in as to what do we need to support climate change makers. I can see that the second response there is funding, and I am expecting there to be far more responses that says funding. So, Tom, over to you.
Okay. Yeah, I think what you said there, Jake, was very wise. And when I hear this question, the thing that really jumps out to address for me is the climate overwhelm. So I'm going to give more of a left field answer here and say, go for a walk. And go for a walk with a friend, preferably. And the reason I say that is, so in climate action and climate change and what we're here to talk about, we often get, it's the clues in the name, it's climate action, and it's taking tasks, and it's a problem perhaps to solve, or that can be the way to look at. And I'm very much of the belief that if we have positive relationships with each other, with ourselves, and then ultimately with the places we live, we don't have to worry so much about the actions, because I think they'll just naturally follow behind. And I work so much often in the action, and I think there's sometimes a reminder to focus on the relationship and doing things that builds the relationship, and ultimately then the love that you have for that people in place. So that is why I suggest going for a walk with a friend. And I think just to wrap that up, we need to acknowledge the overwhelm. It exists there, but not be consumed by it. And being consumed by it serves no one but the interests that be. It doesn't serve us, and it doesn't serve the planet. So then we need to use that as a motivating factor to hold people accountable. And especially those that have got a significant amount of power, we need to hold them accountable. And I really think climate change is maybe not so much a problem to solve, but it's a balance to restore and a relationship to rekindle. So do something that goes towards that.
Thank you, Tom. Remi?
So for me, I was thinking that it needs to have a shift of focus from sacrifice to opportunity. So people who are part of our community group, a lot of the people that are part of the community group, they're kind of in survival mode. They work, they put their children to school, if they have children, and they go home, they sleep. It's just the same. They're just in this kind of survival mode and kind of not sometimes really find it difficult to kind of be part of the community. But my standpoint is that, which I've been saying again and again, is climate action should just be part of our everyday behaviours. It shouldn't just be, it's not separate. So if you sell it in that, and I don't like to use the word sell, but like when I want to come and talk back to my community group and say, look, have you considered this, have you considered that? But it's not saying, you should be doing that for climate, for the betterment of the environment. It's more like, do this because you love yourself, you love our community, you love where you live. It's not different. So yeah, a shift of focus I think is really important, and thinking about it being an opportunity and show people the benefits of doing these normal everyday things that we should be doing, instead of it feeling like another burden or another thing to think about, because that's what it really should be for all of us. And also, we like instant gratification. People want to see benefits. But we don't want it to be kind of a transaction like, I will do this and then I will get that back. It's more just about, I'm doing this for myself, my family, my community, because they feel invested in the community, because they feel included into this community. And we, how we kind of do this already is we love to meet up every so often. And last weekend we just had our community day for Black History Month. And usually we would deliver this for the whole community, and everyone and anyone is invited. This year was slightly different because I think there was a lot of kind of nervousness about kind of the hate crimes that have been going on and things that have been in the media and all that kind of thing. But I say that because the kind of connection and community and sense of belonging and food. where there's food, people are there, and that means that, you know, it's already sustainable and ethical. We're bringing stuff together, and people don't have to warm up their own homes in separate places. It's almost like a warm space, but we're doing it every so often, and that is just a small little thing that we could do. But we are already doing that. We've got things like a sewing club starting again to kind of go back to original traditions of. We've got some Asian people are part of our group, and it's like they want to make saris, and we've got people who are from different parts of Africa, and they want to make their kind of traditional dress, and kind of not buying into commercialism too much. And I've probably gone way off topic, but I'm just just kind of sharing that it doesn't have to. You don't have to attach that label of, well, you're doing this because it's, you know, it's good for the climate. In fact, but it's just, no, we're doing this because this is what it is. It's just life. I feel like we should be doing.
Thank you, Remi. I could probably listen to you all day, so please don't, you weren't off tangent. I think that so that we can get lunch, we probably have time for one question. If there's anybody, Fiona has straight up with her hand. I don't know where our roving mic is. Ashley.
Thanks. This question's directed at Jake, and first I just wanted to acknowledge what you said, and I think it's really important that actually young people are involved and that you don't just feel like it is a tick-boxing exercise, which I can appreciate. That's often the case. So one of the things we're currently looking at the council is actually climate literacy, climate education in schools, and I would be really grateful. I appreciate this might not be a question for just today, to actually hear your thoughts on what that should look like in schools.
Thank you. That is a pretty good question, and you've caught me out on my education side of myself. But I certainly agree that there should be education on climate literacy and climate change in schools, especially with how it's going just now. Whether that would be in late primary school stages, or I would probably say early secondary, PGE, like first year to, is that third year? I think so. In either PSC classrooms, high street, or whatever the school's version of that is. But it should be young people friendly. Something that happened at our Highland Youth Parliament Conference this year is that we had a guest speaker, and she was lovely, she was really nice, and she had a slideshow that she was using, and it was just like a big data dump onto a Google slide, and looking out onto the crowd of secondary school age children, they weren't that interested. So it needs to be young people friendly. It can't just be, here's the statistics and do something about it. It needs to be comprehensive, and it needs to be actually involving young people. There are plenty of organisations that have young people. I mean, the Highlands Climate Hub. There's the Scottish Youth Parliament. We have policies. We have working groups on climate change and the environment. There's so many gateways for people in charge of education to be getting young people involved in stuff like that, and they just need to take up the opportunity and actually make it young people friendly, so that it's not just, oh, not this again. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. We're going to break for lunch, but first I'm just going to read one of the questions from the Slido, which I think Jake is going to very much appreciate, and end with a final comment. So the question is, how do we find more Jakes in Highland? What an incredible list of successes and achievements for someone at 17 puts so many of us in the room to shame. I personally feel that, yes, we do need more Jakes. We need more Jakes everywhere, but we also need more Toms, and we need more Remis as well. And I hope that you'll all agree with me. Thank you. It is lunchtime now. I think that we have got staff showing it. We're in the Burns room for lunch for your savouries, and it is a buffet. Yeah. And I think we've got various staff. I can see Climate Hub T-shirts disappearing out the door that will direct you up to where the Burns room is. So you get your savouries there, and then there are cakes and tea and coffee and our marketplace in the side room.
afternoon, everybody. Hello. So welcome back from lunch. I hope everybody enjoyed lunch today. And I also hope that you were all able to meet the challenge of finding someone that you had not yet met. I'll be leading you through the next session. My name is Bethany Lawrie, and I'm a Senior Project Officer at the Highlands Islands Climate Hub, and we're just going to start the power session. So power, agency, communities and renewables are intertwined when we talk and hear about the energy transition that is required to reach our net zero targets in Scotland. Through our speakers today, we're going to dive deeper into that agency and what community power in terms of the energy transition could mean. So please welcome our speakers. We've got Daniel at the far end there, Zoe Holliday from Community Energy Scotland, and Gail Anderton as well from the Highland Council. So we're going to start off with Zoe.
Thank you. I did just say to Joan that if I'd known you would put a ginormous picture of my face, I would have made slides for this, so that's a good way to motivate me next time. My name is Zoe Holliday. I'm the CEO at Community Energy Scotland. So we're the membership organisation for community groups across Scotland who are wanting to do energy-related projects. And that's everything from communities who've already got up and running wind farms, down to communities who just have an idea that they want to do something and haven't quite worked out what to do yet, and across a whole range of heat and transport and generation, storage, every type of energy project that you can think of. And we work on behalf of our members. We do a lot of policy and advocacy work, both with the UK and the Scottish governments. And we also, around a year and a half ago, formed the Scottish Community Coalition on Energy with our partners in DTAS and Community Land Scotland, and we've been working together with them to really push forward the idea that we need to have a fair energy deal for communities across the whole of Scotland, you know, in this energy transition, that this is really important. So when we, you know, talk about power as a subject, it's kind of important to kind of note, and I guess I'm going to come back on echo on a lot of what was said in the previous session, but that we're talking about a number of interrelated subjects. We're not just talking about kind of the generation power. We're, of course, talking about kind of climate action and the dreaded net zero that no one's quite sure what it means and has polarised our nation. But, you know, I think what we really need to kind of understand is that for many people, as was kind of raised by Tom and Remi in the previous section, those are not their motivations for why they want to get involved. It is for many people, and we can't knock, you know, the kind of environmental motivation that many people have, and also the climate anxiety. But for a lot of people, there's a lot of other subjects that kind of excite or motivate them. Firstly, in terms of energy security and resilience and reliability, sorry. So, you know, I think many of us have kind of lived a life where we just hit the lights and expect them to come on, but what we've seen in many cases is that actually more rural and island communities have been more motivated to do energy projects because they understand there's a more direct link between when the wind's turning and when when their lights go on. And I think understanding, you know, the importance of actually having the reliability of our energy for kind of vital services. Also, you know, in recent years, kind of understanding about independence from foreign supply, the massive increase in prices related to the Ukraine situation. And, you know, as we move towards more renewable energy, kind of balancing and flexibility becomes more important as we don't have the same type of generation. And related to this, and probably more motivating for many communities, is the concept of resilience, which again was kind of raised in earlier sessions. So that's both in terms of extreme weather events, but also the wider definition of resilience and the ability of communities to address their own needs and issues. And really, I think that's where a huge majority of our groups come from, is actually identifying a problem in their communities and how are they going to address it, and that's how they come to energy projects. And we've got multiple examples, and we can give them more once we start talking about examples of communities across the country who have put in social housing, who have taken forward their own transport projects, who have delivered their own fuel poverty emergency programs, and every type of strategy is so interrelated. All the community needs, as we were discussing in the previous session, all of that is related with energy. There's a kind of big issue, and obviously it's a big talking point right now across the Highlands in terms of the impact and thinking about what is the impact of the energy transition on communities, and whether that's of the construction itself, of the development, or on the landscapes. And this is where kind of that real genuine consultation's required, but where there's a real need for coordination and collaboration and big picture thinking in terms of how do we look at all of the different things that are happening across the country, all of the different generation projects, but also who's going to use the energy, and making sure that there is positive impact seen locally, not just about money, but also jobs, about new families coming to the area, about new sustainable transport links, new housing, whatever that might be. And I guess that leads on to the equity issue, and I think we now find ourselves in a situation where communities hosting infrastructure are the same ones who are paying the highest bills and with the highest levels of fuel poverty. And how do we address those very real concerns, but at the same time, how do we balance those communities who are impacted and making sure that they are fairly compensated, even though that's a bad word for the developers, with ensuring that everyone across Scotland, because we're all paying for this energy transition, to make sure that we're all benefiting. And again, we can speak more to that once we come into a conversation. So I think when we think about what do we really need, things that we've been pushing for as the coalition, Community Coalition on Energy, are firstly just to be having more wholly owned community energy. Really increasing, we'd like to see a specific target for community owned energy of 1 gigawatt by 2030. The Scottish Government's got a 2 gigawatt target, so we're asking for half of that, and that would be around 3% of Scotland's energy. So it's not a huge amount, but right now we're sitting at about a tenth of that. And the impact that has locally is multiple times what you would get if you had community benefits from a private development. Secondly, I'd like to see, we'd like to see more new models of engagement with private developments, whether that is the big Iberdrola's SSE or whether that is individual estate owners, whether it's businesses, but so more shared ownership opportunities for communities, more genuine consultation, and again, that strategic and bigger picture, which is happening to some extent across Scotland in looking at kind of the regional energy plans, but I think really looking at actually where is the energy being produced, where is it needed. And then I think probably, and possibly what I'm most passionate about right now is about making sure that there's more communities engaged on these subjects and able to take advantage of the opportunities that are coming. There are a lot of opportunities that are coming right now. GB Energy has been established. There is going to be kind of additional income coming through from the UK government that we can take advantage of in Scotland. There's a real policy focus at both Scottish and UK levels on community and local energy. So it's about kind of ensuring that community groups across Scotland are ready and able to take those opportunities, and whether that's existing community energy groups, whether that's existing community groups who've never engaged on energy at all, or whether that's groups that don't even exist yet. And I think just to flag as a little bit of a advertisement that we've got a couple of programs for any of you who are maybe in those groups that haven't engaged on energy before. One is the Energy Learning Network, and Kath is somewhere. Yeah, that Kath has her hand up here. So do go and chat to her. That's all about sharing learnings from across the UK on energy projects. So do go and have a chat to her if you've got some ideas. And the other is the new Community Energy Launchpad programme, which we're delivering in partnership with CARES. And that, again, is for any communities who have an idea, haven't done an energy project before, but have an idea that they want to do something. You can come and get support from our team. You can be matched to a mentor who has done a project before. You can get technical support, governance support, funding support, and with the idea of putting you in the best possible position that when the next rounds of funding come up, you're ready and waiting to be applying for them and getting your project off the ground and running. I will stop there so that my picture is taken away from this screen. And hand over.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Please welcome Daniel Gear to the stage.
I travelled on the boat last night from Shetland. There's like a funny thing that happens after you've been at sea overnight. It's like you can feel the motion of the sea. So if I keel over, then I panic, but I revoke my consent to be drawn if that does happen. And there was also drams as well, of course. So yeah, my name is Daniel Gare. Thanks for having me here. I'm the co-founder of an organisation called Equitable Energy Research, which is a community interest company, and we're headquartered in Shetland. There's 3 reasons for our existence. Reason number 1 is to conduct research into international best practice examples of community participation in renewable developments. Reason number 2 is to work with communities and public bodies to realise a fair share of value from energy projects. And the third reason is to publish information and advice to help communities to develop their understanding of the energy sector. And you might have, I've seen some of you with this report. I think there's a few copies outside that Joan has kindly brought, so if you want to pick one up and give it a read, go ahead. And it's all about social value from renewables in the Highlands and Islands. It's our inaugural report. So in terms of the energy transition, my colleague Tom Wills likes to say that we're still in the relatively flat part of the curve. And what he means by that is that wind and solar still only make up a fairly small part of the global electricity mix. It's about 15% for wind and solar combined, and about 30% for all renewables. Nuclear is about 10%, and fossil energy is still a whopping 60% of the global electricity mix. So it's that 60% of fossil fuel which is the target for displacement. And that displacement is probably predominantly going to come from onshore wind, offshore wind and solar. So one of the big challenges is how much space this is all going to take up. And you can see on the graph here that solar needs about 40 times more space than natural gas generation for the equivalent amount of electricity. Onshore wind's 100 times, and offshore wind can be up to 175 times. So in practice, what that means is that our energy systems are becoming much more visible, and they can have a much more obvious footprint on the environments that people in Scotland, particularly in the Highlands and Islands, live in. So because of this, we believe that how we deliver the energy transition really matters. On screen here, we have the Viking Energy wind farm in Shetland. It's built to be the largest onshore wind farm by output in the UK. It's 443 megawatts, but we have exceptionally strong winds in Shetland. Originally, it was planned to be 45% community-owned, but in the end, it was built 100% owned by the developer. So you can imagine that was quite a controversial project in Shetland. In the bottom left-hand corner, you can see the Garth Community Wind Farm. By contrast, this wind farm is 100% community-owned by the 250 people who live in North Yell. So despite being around 100th of the size of Viking, over the last few years, this project has been earning roughly the same amount for the community of North Yell as the Viking wind farm has been earning in community benefits for the entirety of Shetland. So that's despite being 100th of the size. So I want you to visualize something new. And if you want, you can close your eyes. I promise I won't hypnotize you much. So I want you to imagine that you're a person who lives in the central mainland of Shetland, which is this big image here. You rise in the morning, and the first thing you do is you open your curtains, and outside you see one of the UK's largest onshore wind farms. It's 6.5 times the size of England's largest wind farm. At that moment, the postman drops a letter through your door, and it's an electricity bill. And you can barely afford that bill, and that's because the prices are rising faster than your wages are rising, and you're already spending more than 10% of your entire household income on electricity. It also happens to be newspaper day, so that must mean it's a Thursday or a Friday. You open the paper and you see that the person who owns the big wind farm has made record annual profits. So the same wind that's stripping the heat from your home, that's making it barely possible for you to live comfortably on your wages, is the same wind that's making the record profits for the owner of the wind farm. Being community-minded, you think, okay, well, how do we capitalise on this resource for our community? And you decide to explore an idea of building a small community energy project. You want to do a Garth. But the challenge is that you don't get very far because you learn that every spare megawatt of grid capacity has been captured by private developers, essentially. So this is a real situation. This is the situation that people in Shetland and people in the Highlands are faced with. And that is a moral outrage. So the scenario I described isn't just contained to Shetland. As I said, there is an accelerating scale and pace of development right across the Highlands and Islands. If you think that we're seeing resistance and people moving away from climate issues, last time I was in this room was actually for the convention of the community councils here, and that was, real grassroots resistance to the idea of renewables being built out on the scale of the screen here. But wait until renewable infrastructure doubles and then doubles again, because that is what's in the pipeline. So if we're going to keep people on side with the energy transition and on side with the idea that we need to do something about climate change and prevent the issue from even further embedding into the UK populist culture wars, how we deliver and realise value from the energy transition becomes a really critical consideration. It's not just enough to build as much as fast as you can in whatever way is necessary. So we speak about a spectrum of social value. It runs from the business as usual benefits. So, if you're hearing developers speaking about jobs or indirect local economic impacts, that's what we would classify as business as usual benefits. These are things that the projects require anyway, just to happen. In the middle here, we've got the sort of community benefit model, which a lot of you will be familiar with. We've been pushing sort of for more of a revenue sharing model rather than being paid on installed capacity. And all the way up at the far end of the spectrum is community participation and ownership, as the Garth wind farm demonstrates. I've got 2.5 minutes, so I'm going to tell you a pretty story. This idea of community benefits is kind of a unique feature of our brand of democracy here in Scotland, but it's a totally alien concept to our Nordic neighbours, who I think we can learn a lot from what's going on in the Faroe Islands, in Norway and Iceland, and in the Åland Islands, where my colleague and I were recently, between Sweden and Finland. We were there, and they were looking at a huge offshore wind development to the north of the Åland Islands. I think it was nearly 3 gigawatts. Very large, and we were speaking to the local government, and we asked them, how are you going to structure the community benefits from this? They looked at us and they were, what do you mean community benefits? We said, like the payments that you get from these developers, and they said, no, we just tax the shit out of them. And the difference is that they have the ability to do that. The municipalities are able to levy land taxes and so on, and that's just something that would be totally alien to our community councils here. So our house view at Equitable Energy Research, and this is one that the research backs up, is that ownership and participation consistently delivers the best socioeconomic outcomes for communities. So to conclude, as the scale and pace of renewable developments accelerates, the need to retain fair value in host communities becomes ever more critical. We're seeing some good progress on that. The governments are starting to place a greater focus on community wealth building and community participation in the energy transition. We've seen GB Energy recently tendering work for advice on community ownership, so that's positive. And lastly, there are a small number of projects, one of them is Garth, and there are a few throughout the Highlands and Islands that demonstrate what's actually possible. And what our job is really to learn from these and replicate their successes. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Please welcome Gail Anderton.
Thank you for the invite to come and speak today, and sorry for any confusion for anybody that knows me as Gail Ward. I've changed my name, so just to get that off the table. So I've been really, really inspired, and I think I'm the last one doing a presentation today, or I think I might be one of the last ones doing a presentation today. And I've rewritten my notes about 3 times, having listened to everybody and what everybody's said across the day. Fiona put me on the spot a little bit earlier around a particular question, so I've hopefully rewritten it to address some of the questions that have been raised, particularly in relation to the work that the Council's doing and our wider partners within the Highland Community Planning Partnership. So I was asked to speak to you about the Highland Social Value Charter, implemented in September last year. The Charter is a vision of Highland Community Planning Partnership, Highland Council, various other partners, and the Highland Regional Economic Partnership. So the Charter itself is aimed at embedding an approach to community wealth building. It's maximising economic benefits, but other wider benefits from our natural environment and the resources that we have. Key is to engage with the relevant stakeholders and understand how some of this opportunity can help improve the impact that it's going to have for us across the whole of Highland and unlock economic opportunities for our particular region. So we talk a little bit about maximising that opportunity. We see this as being quite an ambitious tool that we're engaging with both communities, but particularly with a wide range of developers on as a baseline, and I'm going to talk you through some of the key points of the Charter in a minute, but to look at what we can actually do collaboratively and where we can push boundaries, where we can put challenges to developers as they want to invest and operate within Highland. But the Charter is also an opportunity for us, particularly in the public sector, and I've got a lot of my colleagues around the table today, to say what we can also do to help with some of those opportunities. So, you know, the Highland Council has a whole range. We've got the climate team, we've got economic around employability, we've got waste management teams, we've got a whole range of teams that can work with individual developers. So this is about a partnership, developing a partnership that sits between community planning partnership bodies, everybody who's sat on that, so the public sector, some third sector organisations, developers themselves, but also embracing the wants, needs and aspirations of our communities and developing something that works for everybody, that everybody's bought into. One of the ultimate things that we're trying to do through the Social Value Charter is reduce inequality and ensure that there's an equitable distribution of that community benefit wealth and investment that's shared across the whole of the Highland area and not just within specific communities. And in relation to embedding our community wealth building aspirations, there's a particular focus that we have on community ownership, shared ownership opportunities, around those skills and jobs, local supply chains and how we develop those, and making sure that we've got more of that money retained within the local area, so we get that community wealth by people keeping the money in Highland and spending and investing within Highland rather than money bleeding out of the area. So I mentioned that the Charter itself has got 9 key elements to it, and they're listed there. I've particularly highlighted the Community Benefit Fund and the Strategic Fund as something to focus on for this particular conversation today. But you will see that there's a whole other range of points and elements of which the Charter actually covers. And I suppose another key one that is quite often brought to our attention is housing and how we can work with developers around legacy housing opportunities post any development that's taking place. And I've got my team here with me, sat on this table in front of me, and there will be a QR code at the end of the presentation. So if you want more information about the Charter or you want to engage with us, you can click on that QR code and get in touch with us. But the two elements, as I say, we want to focus on community benefit funds. And I've listened to quite a lot of what's been said today, and I think there's a wider perception around the social value charter as to what we mean around community benefit funding. Our aspiration is to support communities with the community benefit funding that they've got coming in. When I engage and speak with developers, they're saying to me that the value of community benefit funds has gone from something that it was tens of thousands 25 years ago to millions of pounds going into communities now. And like you, they also want to ensure that there is a legacy in what's being delivered from those community benefit funds. So part of my role as community benefit manager within the council is to challenge them, push their boundaries on what it is that they're prepared to support in relation to supporting communities. It's been some difficult conversations at times over the last 6 months, but that's what I'm there to do. It's to push their absolute limits to say, what would you consider is reasonable to support communities? And it is not a money grab in any way, shape or form. I think I wanted to make that message very clear. This isn't about money being transferred into a central Highland pot that is going to support statutory duties and services. That's not the intention. It is ensuring that where best practice is there, and hopefully we will see a mandation of community benefits in the future, that each of those developers are meeting that, and we will work with all of the stakeholders in the room who work in this particular environment to ensure that that is maximised for our communities. We want the best for our communities. But what we are asking is a contribution from developers towards a strategic fund. We have got aspirations around a strategic, and I'm going to move on to that one, around a strategic fund where a partnership approach to a strategic fund will help us meet some of the aspirations that have come through from our communities. The length and breadth of Highland are through place plans around what they would like to see as moved forward in our communities. So key projects around childcare opportunities, social housing opportunities and community-led housing opportunities, retrofitting, environmental measures, etc. So there's a whole range of opportunities and projects that have been identified by communities that we would like to use the strategic fund to help realise some of those ambitious outcomes over the coming years. So the approach that we're looking at is a strategic fund partnership, which will be a body of public sector, private sector and community engagement with a decision-making panel primarily made up of community engagement who will make decisions over funding that we bring in from developers and hopefully other investments in the future, and hopefully that covers what we're doing with other private companies. This is the start of a journey for us in relation to trying to get that investment into central funds so that we can look at those bigger projects. So instead of individual developers just focusing on small amounts of funding that they may be put to individual projects that are maybe year-on-year opportunity, we'll look at putting something more strategic in place that allows us to fund projects for multiple years into the future. So it is quite ambitious, it is quite a vision. It's causing a lot of contention at the moment, but it's something that we're working very, very strongly with. So at the moment, we are working with various different partners to look at what the governance model of that will look like and how we're going to take that forward with communities through a consultation later in the year. And very quickly, because I'm conscious of time, my team that have been set up off the back of elected member ask in relation to how we can engage with communities better. It's quite a confusing landscape, and we have set up the team who will engage with individual communities with a view to signposting them to the appropriate services that can support them with whatever their aspiration is. But a big key element of that, and one thing that's been talked about a lot today, is that decision-making involving wider communities how do we challenge developers around their engagement and how we work with those underrepresented communities that maybe don't have a voice at the moment. So that's what my team is there to try and support. And I'm going to stop there.
Thank you very much, Gail. I am just going to shift myself over to the seat. But just to let you know as well, that is the Slido open for this session as well. We've got a couple of pre-prepared questions, just as the previous sessions, but I'm also aware that energy is a very hot topic right now. So we'll move over. Hello? Is that it? Good. So I'll move on to the first question. So I'm just going to throw it out there. You guys can decide who wants to answer first. As the Highlands moves through the energy transition, how do we make sure local communities have the skills and capacity to really take part and benefit?
Yeah, sure, I can go. I think it's worth kind of saying that, the energy transition is going to need so many different skills. So, you're going to need skills for, e-bikes and electric cars. You're going to need skills for the installation and rollout of heat pumps. You're going to need, engineers and technical specialists to be doing kind of the large-scale projects. And I think there's a combination there of kind of upskilling existing contractors, but I think, if it's anything in the Highlands like it is where I live in Glasgow, getting a contractor of any kind is hard enough. So the problem is they don't necessarily need the work. So I think what we also need to be doing is just bringing in a lot more young people at scale, and I think that into the sector. And I think a big thing that needs to be done is actually just raising awareness of what opportunities there are, what are the growth areas that we're expecting there to be, and what are the kind of new jobs that are going to be created as a result of the energy transition, and just really enthusing young people about those opportunities and getting them involved and creating those kind of apprenticeships and creating those longer term kind of commitments to jobs. Specifically kind of on community energy itself, I think, again, as I said before, I think it's about getting more communities involved, utilising existing experience, so kind of tapping into kind of mentoring, like I mentioned already, from communities that have been there and done that already, tapping into the skills and local knowledge that your community has already, but actually about just widening out and getting more and more people involved.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Would you like to go?
I think from my perspective, and hopefully I covered it in some of the points that I made in the presentation, was I think we recognise, and we are hearing through consultation that we have done, that capacity building and skills development within communities is a massive area that we need to focus on. Peer support and sharing best practice case studies and opportunities is something that we really want to focus on. And we have talked about whether the strategic fund elements of that could be used particularly to support some of that. And I hear loud and clear, both from members of my team, but also what's been said today about that involving young people in some of that decision making, and working to ensure that people that are underrepresented in other groups are also listened to. But I think the key thing for me, I've been working with communities for the last 30 years in a variety of different roles, but collaborative working and sharing resources, we've got very tight resources and money is limited. So what we need to do is work together to take some of this opportunity forward. I've made lots of new contacts today, and I think that will help drive some of that forward.
Yeah, and I think sort of to take this from a slightly different perspective, there are lots of communities that want to be self-sufficient and want to realise the benefit of their own natural resources, but it's a fiendishly complicated and difficult thing to do. If the way that you think you could do that would be, maybe by putting up 4 or 5 small turbines, then what you've essentially got is a group of community volunteers, maybe in a community development organisation that would need to navigate planning and engineering and environmental impact assessments and all of these different things. And sometimes those communities are almost forced to compete for the right to develop their own resources because of things like access to grid infrastructure. So sometimes the skills, the question was how do we make sure that local communities have the skills to really take part and benefit? I think that we need to consider how the support policies, the CFDs, the community right to buy, all of these different things are structured so that it actually makes it easier for the communities to develop their own resources and navigate these things, rather than saying, okay, we're going to take a bunch of volunteers and we're going to teach them how to be experts in planning and experts in engineering and so on. So I think it's more about the system design than the actual skills of the communities themselves. I think you have to accept the fact that communities are made up of volunteer groups and so on who would like to achieve, they can imagine what it looks like to have their 5 wind turbines. Just how do they get there? Let's make it easy for them.
Perfect, thank you very much. I'm just going to move on to the next question. So the next question is, if we want communities in the Highlands to feel real gains from renewable energy, what's the one change you'd most like to see happen in the next few years?
Can I roll 3 things into one thing? I don't know. I think we're all probably for a mandation of some community benefit, so that everybody knows exactly where they are and what we're working to. And I think rolled into that, the ownership element of it is a huge opportunity for communities, but we have to ensure that funding models are also there to enable them to make that happen. And that it's not something that ties people up and prevents them from taking that opportunity.
Yeah, I think you'll be unsurprised to hear that for me it's just about increasing the amount of community ownership. I think that, when we look at general, if you look at polling, people are much more enthusiastic about community-owned renewable energy. People feel passionate about it. They can see the impact that it has in their community. There's been polling to show that kind of more than 60% of people would support a community-owned renewable energy project in their area compared to 40% if it was privately owned. That's sort of general across Scotland. But, I think... So I think it is about increasing community ownership, and there's a number of kind of policies that, again, we've got all sorts of policy briefings on our website if you're actually kind of interested to see what we've been pushing for, but about things like access to grid, about changing policy on planning so that you maybe have priority as a community group. Because one of the things about a community is that, where you're a big developer, you can speculatively put in a number of applications across Scotland for essentially the same project in different locations. But if you're a community, you're tied to that community, you only want to put it in that place, and therefore that we think that the local community should have priority for projects in the grid. Also, we've been pushing for priority to projects on public land, so especially on the Forestry and Land Scotland estate, and also not just looking at community ownership of the renewable energy assets themselves, but also of the land that those assets sit on, and looking at more land being in community hands, because actually often some of the people making the most money out of these developments are actually the landowners themselves. So if there's more opportunity for the communities to actually be the landowners, that's a big opportunity as well.
My one thing is revenue certainty. So I think if you could give a community, well, if there was either an obligation on the demand side to buy community power first, or if there was a specific community-focused CFD or subsidy mechanism, both of those things would enable communities to sort of take the risk in investing and developing their own resources, because they know at the end of it there's the potential for them to essentially borrow against the project. At the moment, because of economies of scale, it's incredibly hard for a community to bid successfully into something like a CFD auction round, and there is absolutely no obligation on the demand side to buy community power. It's just wherever they come in the in the queue is wherever they'll be able to get their power away. And that makes it really, really hard if you're a community to design and build a project of your own.
I'm just going to acronym check, Daniel. So CFD is a contract for difference, which is essentially the kind of guaranteed price that you can, if you have a wind project or a renewable energy project, you can bid in and have a guaranteed payment per for what you generate for the next period of time that it's set for. So we have been pushing for there to be increased. So a version of it's a very complicated scheme for communities to actually apply into, even if they are big enough to apply. So we've been pushing for a minimum income level for communities, but in a more simple process that you don't have to go through this auction round. But also for there to be uplifts on the amount of money you would get as your guaranteed CFD, contract for difference amount, if you had a shared ownership offer in place, so that essentially to encourage private developers to actually want to secure a shared ownership deal with communities, so that they will actually in turn get higher payments for the energy that they generate.
Thank you very much, everybody. I think we've got time for one question from the room. If anybody's got any questions, we should have some roving microphones about. If there's, there is one question.
Can I ask the panel's view on regional pricing? Maybe it's called zonal pricing for electricity. On the one hand, it might lower the electricity cost to consumers in the Highlands. On the other hand, it would reduce the revenue for the people who are developing renewable projects, and hence also maybe the community benefits.
Do you want me to? Okay. So, I mean, that's essentially been ruled out for now as part of the market reform process. They said, right, we're not going to pursue this route. The government said that in terms of zonal pricing. There are pros and cons to zonal pricing, as you rightly point out. You know, if you're an owner of a community asset and you're getting paid for, you know, each of the megawatts that you're throwing into the grid, then maybe your revenues wouldn't be so good under a zonal pricing model. But I mean, it would kind of fundamentally change the market wherever you are. If you're in a place like Shetland, where you've got one of the best wind resources on planet Earth, then what we would probably see would be more demand projects being built. So we might see more hydrogen developments, for example. And in that case, you know, the question who should benefit from the resources of a place still applies. And I think that regardless of how the communities are participating in the energy transition, they need to see a fair shake and a fair deal. But I'm not sure zonal pricing is the mechanism for that. Not yet, anyway. I think it'll reappear.
One opportunity that is coming is that I believe this week or next week there's going to be a consultation on the excitingly called P441, which is about opening up local energy markets. So essentially allowing, you know, say a community generator would then directly be able to sell their electricity, where currently you either have to export it to the grid or you have to kind of come to an arrangement behind the meter with like an off-taker. So there is an opportunity to be looking at local energy markets, but that would be on a much more local level than kind of zonal or nodal pricing.
Okay, brilliant. So I think you can shout loud enough, Joan.
I could probably shout loud enough, she's right. I think she knows me quite well. So a question from Slido is, if you could tell the UK or Scottish Government 3 legal / policy priorities for the transition, what would those be?
Well, we actually have a manifesto out now, so that makes it kind of a bit easier for me to answer. But yeah, certainly, I think, you know, one of the big things we're really pushing for right now is in terms of this prioritising community energy and putting in the policies in place to support community energy. And that does include a minimum pricing, and that's something that we're really hoping is going to be included in the UK government's local power plan that will be published before Christmas this year. So we are hoping there will be some kind of positive news on what that might look like. But yeah, so I think really it's about that, and then as we've already mentioned, about things like grid access and about planning. And then I think the thing that probably hasn't been spoken about a lot is that I think there's a real focus right now, that GB Energy is all about generation, and that's great to push lots of generation, but actually we need to be thinking about how do we look at our whole system together and actually encouraging communities to not just get involved in generating energy, but also about looking at heat networks, looking at electric vehicle clubs, looking at all these things, because we have to be thinking about supply and demand together, otherwise we're going to end up with a kind of slightly mad, lopsided system. So.
My three are local democratic control of planning, mandating community ownership or participation in new developments, and, as I said before, revenue certainty mechanisms.
And I think from my perspective, I'd agree with what you've just said there in relation to some of those, but I think more than policy, I would also add in there the democratic side of things in relation to listening to what community wants and aspirations are as well, purely and simply from, we're all aware of the over-industrialisation agenda that's probably been muted across communities, so I think there needs to be that balance, particularly between what's our tipping point between the opportunity that we need to have to get transition, but also not over-industrialising certain areas. So that's maybe more of a side issue rather than a policy issue.
And if I could do a quick plug for anyone who gets excited about policy, that we have a policy working group that if you'd like to feed in what we have monthly meetings with the Scottish Government and the UK Government, so we actually do have a real opportunity to get their ear. So if you want to be pushing kind of specific issues and feeding in what you're experiencing on the ground, please do join that group. Thanks.
Thank you very much, everybody. So we're actually just going to move into a short break, and our next session will begin at 3 o'clock, so about an 8-minute break. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope you managed to grab a cup of tea or coffee. Our last thematic session of today is partnerships. So, just as everyone goes quiet, I lose my place. So, our final thematic session of today is partnerships. Working together in partnership provides opportunities and understanding of differing organisations' viewpoints and creates impact where differing needs may be apparent. Partnerships have the power to create transformational impact, and our speakers have direct experience of just that. The power, the people, being place-based, and in some cases, the pitfalls we can avoid. Please join me in welcoming our speakers. Emma Walters from Lochaber Environmental Group. Dan Jenkins from the Green Health Partnership. Dan, in your programmes today, it's listed as Ailsa, but we have Dan today instead. And Katie Andrews, the chair of the Highland Good Food Partnership. So I will leave you in Emma's capable hands.
Hello, my name is Emma. I'm just going to move on my picture, that's better. I'm the Development Officer for Active Travel at Lochaber Environmental Group, and I run a project called the Folk William Bike Project. I've been there for about 3.5 years, and during that time the project has grown, I think largely due to partnership working. And as soon as we sat down here today, I realised that all three of our organisations already partnership work, so that shows the strength of partnerships. Lochaber Environmental Group, or LEG, has been in existence for over 30 years, delivering projects that help the people and the communities of Lochaber to overcome barriers to environmentally friendly lifestyle changes. So, I'm here today to talk about the power of partnerships. In brief, I think they increase capacity and they create sustainability. However, there are some conditions that help partnership projects to flourish. We'll get those to the end, meanwhile we'll do the good bits. For an organisation like LEG working in a massive rural area, it's very easy to reach capacity very quickly. For the small communities in our area, it's difficult to create sustainable projects. You can see on this map, Lochaber is a large geographical area with lots of small rural settlements. Fort William is the main centre of population and the base of our organisation. I'm going to focus on a couple of particular partnership projects and their strengths today, but when I think about it, LEG has always worked in this way and optimised their work. I'll talk first about the Fort William Bike Shed project, which is my own, and then a bit about the Highland Community Waste Project partnership, which has ended, but was an ambitious Highland-wide effort that brought people and places together with a common objective to reduce waste. The Fort William Bike Shed project consists of just 3 of us in a shed. We do everything by bike, and we hit a scale wall some time ago. So how are we to continue to grow and to support people of Lochaber to overcome their barriers to cycling? Well, the biggie for any of us in the charity sector is funding partners. At the end of 2024, there was a huge shift in the way active travel funding was distributed. We were lucky to have a pre-existing relationship and the start of a partnership with Hightrans, who are the regional transport partnership. Through them, we were able, amongst projects across Highland, Argyll, Moray and the Northern Isles, to access funding through the Transport Scotland People and Places programme. The People and Places programme acknowledges that infrastructure change alone isn't enough to change travel habits, and that a place-based behaviour change delivery model is needed to build capacity at local level. Our partnership with Hightrans and the other delivery teams is in its early days, but it's going well and our support network is developing across the region. You can see on the map there are 9 community-based delivery partners so far. Prior to the People and Places programme, our big partnership win was the Circular Communities Scotland Bike Reuse Network. This was initially a post funded by Cycling Scotland and Circular Communities Scotland to bring bike reuse projects together. A report was written during that time that shows the strength of the partnership. The post no longer exists, but the network is still being supported by both organisations. There are 50 bike reuse projects involved from across Scotland, and this partnership enables bike reuse to have a louder voice, share resources, parts, ideas and expertise. From the point of view of the supporting organisations, it enables them to collate data and represent the value of the bike reuse industry at a higher level. Early on in my post, I was lucky to attend a Social Enterprise Academy course on developing sustainability and bike reuse. This was along with several other partners in the bike reuse network, and I learned so much from them, from amazing people with incredible backgrounds and experience. Most notably, how to create some revenue in order to make our project sustainable. The examples I've looked at so far are all where we benefit from partnering with something bigger. The place-based nature of our work, however, means that we need to partner with even more local place-based organisations in order to support them in their active travel objectives. Through our Access Bike Scheme, organisations such as Women's Aid, Developing the Young Workforce, Citizens Advice and Education and Health can all refer their clients for free bikes and for support. Through development companies and community groups, we help remote rural communities set up and sustain e-bike schemes and health ride programmes. Through schools and workplaces, we support their active travel behaviour change in their own communities. And by partnering with the Fort William Bike Pump Track, we contribute to a skilled team to deliver all-ability cycling sessions. The other partnership example I have for you from Lochaber Environmental Group is the Highland Community Waste Project. There'll be people here who know a lot more about this than I do. I'm just skimming the surface of the partnership wins and the learning points from such a big and ambitious project. My colleague who worked on it no longer works for LEG, but she was happy for me to contact her for information. This lottery-funded project was coordinated by Keep Scotland Beautiful. The partnership was made up of 8 organisations from across Highland, and it continued for 3 years. The team broadly worked on 3 areas: waste reduction, food waste and composting, share and repair, and packaging and single use. No mean feat. There's no question that what the delivery team achieved was incredible. These are the stats from page 4 of their impact report. You can access the full report using the QR code. Through the partnership, they were able to deliver on much more than they would have done all working independently. In the Highlands, where rural communities are spread out, people often have to work in isolation. This can be difficult, especially when they are new in post. By working in partnership, they benefit from the support of a delivery team with a range of experiences and backgrounds. Due to LEG's interest and experience, and also the Highland Good Food Partnership, I think, was the main partner on this, one of the main areas of my colleague Leslie's work was composting and food waste reduction. She spoke of the benefits of being able to develop and understand community pond composting with some other specialised partners and share this methodology across the partnership. Together, they got support from SEPA and from AFA to understand regulatory frameworks, and they also took part in a community learning exchange. Other community sites were then developed across the area, and this benefit can be applied to other areas of expertise across the partnership as well. The partnership were able to organise in-person and online learning events using specialist deliverers. These were made more efficient and feasible by the partnership arrangement, and this brought the cost down and the participation numbers up. Film screenings like the Nettle Dress, skills workshops on making kombucha and sewing skills sessions are examples of the specialist workshops that were delivered across the partnership area. By working together, the partnership team were also able to create enough content for a touring exhibition. It started at the West Highland Museum in Fort William and then toured across Highland. And they also attended Belladrum Festival, apparently not for fun, sharing staffing, delivery materials and activities. Although the Highland Community Waste Project as such has not continued, there are small projects all over Highland that have found a sustainable way to proceed. It's beyond my ability to track them all down, but I know that there are repair cafes, sharing libraries, cup share schemes and composting projects, all working away to continue tackling excess waste. From the examples I've looked at, partnership working is definitely beneficial, particularly in rural areas from our experience. On this last slide, there's a summary of all the main benefits I've identified in the two examples. On the right, there's also a list of some of the conditions that we think are needed to make partnerships work well. There's no doubt that both individuals and organisations work better together over time once they have developed a trusting and respectful relationship. Investment is therefore really important in terms of funding, planning and time to ensure that people and organisations are prepared and supported. 3.5 years down the line, I feel most of my partnerships are mutually beneficial. People have empowered me, and I in turn aim to empower new and small community-based groups. Overall, we have a bigger reach and impact, helping to create a more sustainable future together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Dan, you're up next if you want to join us.
Thank you very much, and apologies to anybody who was hoping to see Elsa Viegas today. She can't be with us, but I'm stepping into her very difficult to fill shoes and talk a little bit about the Highland Green Health Partnership. So the Highland Green Health Partnership has been running since about 2018. And it is a kind of collective, it's a partnership of a range of organisations, statutory and voluntary sector organisations, so High Life Highland, the NHS, Highland Council, Nature Scot, Highland Environment Forum, the Climate Hub, Kingsmills National Park are in there, Paths for All, UHI, HCSI, Highland Adapts, Forestry Commission. I'm listing these because the slide next has got one of those missing. But the thing is, it's about bringing organisations together and having that kind of collective and somewhat kind of strategic think about how we can support nature and climate to develop and kind of improve the health and well-being of people. So one of the elements of today, if there's a lot of different aspects to the whole kind of climate agenda, but if you've signed or looked at the charter, which opens a bit sometimes, what you'll see is the Highland Charter for Climate, Nature and Health. And it's really important to kind of think about the connection between all of those concepts. So the connections between the aspects we've heard today, the connections to people and connections to people's health and well-being, because they all are inextricably linked together. And within that, the organisations and the people and the communities are all inextricably linked together. And very much partnership is the only way of working that we're going to kind of make those positive changes and allow people to effectively kind of live their best lives. And interestingly, I kind of think just about everything I've heard today has had an element of partnership in there. We all recognise not any one of us can solve this issue alone or support each other alone. And this partnership is absolutely integral to all of the work we do. And there's some of the logos. But what we develop from that is a vision. This is the vision of the Highland Green Health Partnership, that by 2030 the natural environment itself will be valued as essential for the health and well-being of the people of the Highlands. And it's about working together to support individuals and communities, connect with and enjoy nature while safeguarding natural spaces and promoting inclusion. There's quite a lot in there. But within that vision, there's a couple of things I think is really important to highlight. We talk about health and we talk about health and well-being, but that in itself is a really, really broad concept. Again, lots of the aspects we've spoken about today, about things like the impact, the direct impact of climate change. We've talked about poverty, we've talked about energy, we've talked about housing, we've talked about all these kind of aspects that are the kind of fundamental fabrics of our community that all come together if we're talking about health and well-being. So when we talk about health, we talk about it in those broadest terms, and that requires a broad partnership thinking. It's also that really bit about kind of safeguarding and creating a kind of a sense of guardianship through connection, as well as us deriving direct benefits from nature and our environment for our own health and well-being. We can also kind of give back some of that health and well-being to our environment with that sense of guardianship. But also what's really important is that sense of inclusion. Gail said about reducing inequality earlier, and that's really, really important. It can be really easy to think that because we live in the Highlands, it's easy to just go out and get all the health and well-beings of our beautiful environment. But that's not the case for a lot of people. There's a myriad of reasons why that's not either kind of possible or easy for people to do. So kind of the work we do is about really trying to increase that opportunity for inclusion and that opportunity to reduce inequality, and that's what we kind of think of from our kind of strategic and delivery perspective. So in order to maximise those opportunities for health and well-being, partnerships at all levels are absolutely key to that, whether it's organisations or communities and individuals all kind of working together. And I'll just really quickly run through a few examples of how that's coming out through some of the work that has happened off the back of the partnership. And again, I'm a little bit careful to say it's not the Highland Green Health Partnership necessarily ourselves, not me that's achieved this in the communities, but it's the work we've been able to support and some of the facilitating within some of those structures that's allowed quite a lot of the work to happen. So if people are going to enjoy participating in opportunities for their health and well-being in the outdoors and nature, it's really helpful to have a lot of things going on in communities, okay? And if we're going to support people to access those, we need to know where they are. So one of the resources that's available on the Think Health, Think Nature website is just a directory of activities. If people want to get involved in things in the local communities, where do they find those? It is by no means a completely comprehensive list. Several of the organisations here in the room are in there somewhere, and there will be those that aren't. So we're always trying to update it and try and make sure that as many of those opportunities that are available to people in communities are easy to find out about, and people can signpost each other to those. So it's about connecting with what's out there, the myriad of fantastic things that are happening in communities. A couple of little examples of partnership working that we think are really helping some of that kind of health and well-being outcomes for people. It's a great partnership with RSPB. This is not new. This stuff started in Orkney and Shetland. They've done a lot of work up there and a lot of work in Edinburgh. But the RSPB have teamed up with us to develop a cracking little resource that's all about what is happening throughout the year. So it's like a calendar of all the different things that are happening in nature, in the environment, in the local area. This one is a particular one that's developed for Caithness, so it's Caithness specific. We've got a particular one developed for a kind of a Highland-wide thing. But again, this sort of resource is developed in partnership. And what we can also bring to that table is we try and get our healthcare practitioners, our professionals, to talk to people about opportunities for health and well-being in nature and use this as a resource. But we provide some training for those professionals to be able to have the right kind of conversation that can support people to access the opportunities that might be in there. I talked a bit about that kind of healthcare supporting opportunities for people for their health and well-being, to connect with nature and the outdoors. But quite often that's a bit of a top-down model. You've got the practitioner, then maybe we're working link work, and then the destination is the community. But we're also doing a lot of work to kind of flip that model around and think about, well, what about starting it with the community, starting with that kind of capacity and the opportunities within the community, supporting individuals to access those opportunities for health and well-being, and then if more specialist health services maybe are necessary, we can step up that way. So it's about looking at that model from both sides. And our Stepping Stones model, which has recognises partnerships, recognises communities. So you've got people within the communities. People in the communities are the community enablers. There's a huge pool of knowledge and expertise that exists in those communities. And what can we put in place to allow people to move towards that journey, towards better health and well-being and connection with their environment, but very much kind of utilising it from a community level upwards. And there's a couple of great examples of that we've done. One in Kinlochleven, that started just at the back end of last year, and is at the stages of really kind of building up those community networks that were facilitated initially by some work with a partnership, but very much taken on by the community. There's a lovely little quote in there, I don't know if you can see it, but it's all about how through one of the initial community events, somebody said they feel a lot more positive about their area, and they feel a lot more connected to people kind of in that area. And that's really, really key thing of what it is. But eventually it's the community development trust that are kind of taking that work forward. I've got a similar thing happening in other funding for that first one came from community mental health funding. Very similar model in structure, but absolutely tailored to the individual community and the partnerships involved. Is a similar project, Stepping Stones project in Ullapool, which has got whole family wellbeing partnership money. And again, all about kind of developing that capacity at the community level to work in partnership, to develop whatever those kind of services, whatever the activities, whatever the structures are, to enable people in that community to connect to nature and the outdoors for their kind of health and well-being. Again, just a couple of examples for that. So, overall, check out Think Health, Think Nature for a little bit more information about the broader work we do. If you haven't signed the charter yet, do so. Make pledges for the community, but also for your own kind of health and well-being. I think that's all I want to say. I've got about a minute left. But I guess the thing I wanted to emphasise more about partnerships is just how partnership exists at so many different levels to enable this work to happen. They happen at strategic ivory tower world that I kind of live in, and that can enable some structures and funding even sometimes throughout organisations to then develop opportunities at community level and individual level, and it's all about how they kind of interact with each other. And we try very hard to do that through the Highland Green Health Partnership and the number of partner organisations who are involved in that to stay kind of connected with those opportunities at community level, of which we've heard lots of great opportunities today, and we'll hear more just now. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan. And last but by no means least, we have Katie Andrews.
Hello, everyone. I'm definitely going to skip that on. That was, my first ever headshot. That was just a selfie that I took in my room, so apologies for that. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much to Joan and the whole Climate Hub team for inviting me along to speak about this. It has been amazing hearing from all the incredible speakers today, and just the panel discussions and the interesting questions that have been posed. So my name's Katie Andrews. I am here today in my voluntary capacity as Highland Good Food Partnership Chair. And today I really want to focus on how our work has been shaped by some of the themes today. So that's people, place, and obviously partnerships. So a little bit about us. So we are a registered Scottish charitable organisation, and we have been incorporated for the last, I think it's about 4.5 years, which is wild when you think on the journey that we've been on over those years. We now have a membership base of 314 people, and this is a collection of organisations, individuals, producers, educators, and activists that care about making a difference in the food system in Highland. So as you can see on screen, we've had a year-on-year increase in that membership uptake, which is really positive to see, and more people getting involved. And I think Remi said this earlier, food really does bring people together, whether you're just having it at an event, it really is something that really just brings people together to celebrate. So I wanted to draw on our amazing trustees and staff members, who we've actually got a couple in the crowd today. So we've got our fantastic Ellie, who's been working really hard on building partnerships with the Highland Council, as well as the NHS Highland Board as well in Highlands. So And then our trustees, what we've really tried to do is build a board that has a range of diverse backgrounds. So we've got crofters, we've got people that used to work in climate adaptation, myself, and just people that are really excited about what good food is and the marketing and the communications that can be built around this. So a little bit of a shameless plug, we are currently looking for another trustee. One of our amazing trustees had to step down at the last AGM. So if you know anyone who's from a production or farming background, then please hit me up. That would be great. So what is our charter, our vision for Highland Good Food? So we believe in shifting the power from centralised systems to local communities. So our mission is really about empowering people to take ownership of their food systems, whether that's through campaigning, amplifying sustainable food practices, or supporting producers. We're really working to democratise food and make it accessible, fair, and nourishing at the end of the day. So our values are really embedded in collaboration, empowering, and being as inclusive as possible, because we believe that this is really how we're going to enact shared leadership and community-driven change. Over the last 12 months, myself and the other trustees and staff members have sort of done a bit of a reflection on what the conversations we've had over the last 4.5 years have been with our communities, the businesses that we've been working with, and the public sector, and really trying to look at what the priorities are in terms of our longer-term goals and what are the mechanisms for getting there. So what we've focused on is these 3 long-term goals. So access to good food, and I'll share an example of how we've been trying to work towards that. Local thriving production, so really celebrating the amazing producers that we've got here in Highland and really amplifying their voices. And then also the cultural integration of food. I think in some way we've lost that link with food where we really value it and we love what it represents in terms of bringing people together and enjoying what's on your plate rather than just being something that sustains you throughout the day. So that's one of our longer term goals, is really building up that culture around food. And how we're going to do that in terms of our intermediate goals. So we're working on an integrated food strategy with the Highland Council as well as NHS Highland, and seeing how that, on the back of the Good Food Nation bill, we can incorporate community voices into that overall shared plan for what a good food nation looks like in Highland. In terms of increased local food production, we want to shorten those supply chains so that people have access to their local producers and that people know what's on their doorsteps in terms of local foods. And then, as I said, in terms of that longer-term goal of enhancing food culture and education, starting off young, getting into schools, getting people excited about food growing, as well as cooking as well. That is one of our really intermediate goals. And then the support for producers as well, really making sure that they're being heard across the board, right up to policy decision at the Scottish Government level. And then one thing I'll touch on in the next slide is around waste reduction. So thankfully, Emma's actually touched on this, so I won't go into too much depth around the Highland Community Waste Partnership. But Highland Good Food Partnership, so many partnerships, so much Highland, it's really encouraging. So basically with this, it comes down to the value of food. A lot of people questioned, why is Highland Good Food getting involved in a waste partnership? Well, actually, food and waste goes together. And I think one thing we've lost over the last couple of years is actually the value that food has. And it's so easy to just pick up sort of an apple, or there might be a buy one, get one free deal on the supermarket. But do you actually need that? And it's really about sort of thinking about what you need and powering that into sort of our food waste and looking at the food system as a full circularity. And obviously waste is a massive part of that. So yeah, I really wanted to draw attention to the Highland Community Waste Partnership, which, as Emma had said, that was a 3-year programme, which was sort of quite unprecedented, that you get sort of funding for 3 years for a project, which is really fantastic. 3 areas were the food waste and composting, the promoting of sharing and repairing, and reducing single-use packaging and reuse. So Highland Good Food Partnership, along with Lochaber Environmental Group, were focused on that food waste and composting. So in the background, we've developed these strong partnerships with 2 of the organisations on the screen there. And through this, we were able to connect with over 300 people through composting workshops, which was really fantastic, and also linking with over 250 hospitality organisations to reduce their food waste. And what's exciting is a legacy of project of that. So we were actually successful in some community-led local development funding from the Climate Hub, thanks Joan and team. And this funding would allow us to update the highlandcompost.scot website, which had been developed in partnership with Zero Waste Scotland. So we're hoping to relaunch that very soon and have a nice relaunch session, which will be in person and online. Conscious of time, so I'll quickly look at sort of this feeds into my the idea of accessible food, and this map has been a really good resource to basically get people excited about where their local producers are, where their community larders are, and this was developed in partnership with the Highland Third Sector Interface. So it's free to use. If you are aware of a local producer or a community larder that is not on this map, do reach out. We're constantly trying to increase it, and you can see there's a little bit of a blank space in the middle, so if anyone's aware of anything happening within there, that would be fantastic. And this is a really great idea of people in power taking action and communities creating the change that they want to see. So I won't go into too much detail because I've got 9 seconds left, but just some future and some recent examples of our partnership working. One thing we're really excited about is the Why I Buy Local campaign, which is currently in production, and this is all focused on connecting hospitality businesses with local producers and getting them to share and inspire other businesses to buy local. So I just wanted to finish off by saying that everything we do as a Highland Good Food Partnership is in partnership. And this is because when we speak with a united voice, our message carries further, resonates louder, and drives greater impact. So excited for us all to be together today, and hoping we can build a food system that's good for our communities, our producers, and our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Oh, can you hear me? Oh yeah. Thank you so much to Katie and all of our speakers. I've got so many things in my hands. I'm going to remember about the Slido this time. So if the audience could have a look at Slido while we do some discussion. The last question of the day is, how do we work better together? So gosh, a bit of a biggie, but if you could give us your thoughts there, we would be very grateful. So we have, again, 2 pre-prepared questions. If you've got any questions, please pop them in the Slido Q&A section. Or I've got Aisling and Fiona here who will be around. Oh, it's Katie and... Oh, I don't know. I've got people going around with microphones, so you can ask questions as well. So my first question is, partnerships often bring together people with very different priorities. How do we make sure everybody's voice is heard and that communities feel they have real influence in these collaborations. I'm just going to open that to anyone that wants to go first.
Happy to go first. Oh, that was very loud, so I'll move that away, sorry. So yeah, I was thinking about this with obviously my Highland Good Food hat on, but then also just as someone out in the community that has lots of views and wants to share them and wants to see the change as well. And I think one thing that I've seen, especially in the workplace over the last sort of umpteen years, is facilitation skills really go a long way. And I think if the people that are organising these conversations are trying to sort of make a change or trying to bring communities together, if they aren't allowing for everyone to have their voices heard, and if there's not different methods of communication and different methods of sharing information, then the loudest voice always wins. And I think that was something that Tom was talking about yesterday, is that you can put on workshops, but you might not come away with what was actually representative of that group. So I think, yeah, being able to facilitate that discussion in an inclusive way and make sure that every voice is heard. I think another aspect as well is around transparency, and I suppose that feeds into managing expectations. Everyone's got different views, and it can be really hard to, especially in the sort of funding sphere that we work within, to deliver against everything. But I think people really appreciate when you are transparent about the difficulties that are facing you. And I think as soon as people get busy, there is that breakdown of communication, and it sort of falls off the cliff in terms of communication. But that is really important, just that people know that you are still working away on things and really trying to capture all the views. But I think reflection, just to finish off, sorry, I think reflecting on various things is really important as well, and taking some time away, see what progress you've made. So similar to what we've done over the last 12 months with Highland Good Food, is take that time to reflect on, have we captured everything that the people are sharing, and actually going into the next period, what do we need to be focusing on? So yeah, those were just some thoughts.
Perfect, thank you. Does anyone else want to answer?
I'll dip in there as well. I think I agree absolutely. I think the thing that sprang to my mind with this question was about time, and taking the right amount of time. Working in partnership often does take longer. I work at a statutory partnership level, and sometimes those things seem to take forever. But it's about having the right amount of time. So I think in terms of time to be able to facilitate, time to be able to allow those different views, perspectives to be shared, so that that partnership is stronger and it is, you know, a synergistic collection of those parts. So taking that right amount of time, not kind of rushing through things, but also being a little bit cognizant there's the other side of that. Sometimes time can be a bit of a barrier, and sometimes there needs to be an awareness of being able to progress things at the right kind of pace. So when I think about time, it's about taking the right time and the right pace for that kind of project, and being aware and kind of sensitive to the needs of that partnership bit of work, so that that timing thing is both long enough and responsive enough. So my big question about there is time. And it also brings in a point, I think it was Jake that said earlier about, it's that time to communicate back afterwards. So making sure you take that additional time to communicate not only within that partnership working, but the kind of what happens afterwards. Particularly, there was talk earlier about consultation and engagement, and that in itself takes time, but it's the right amount of time that needs to be given that, but time to then reconnect afterwards. So time.
Thank you. It's really interesting to see some kind of reoccurring things coming up after all the sessions we've heard today. Emma, anything you'd like to add?
I think I was thinking about very similar actually, but at the planning stage, to ensure that all the partners have contributed to the outcomes and the delivery. So that is also time, isn't it? And when you review regularly at how it's going, making sure we're listening to all the partners and their progress. Maybe it's a bit of a luxury, but impartial coordination, sort of somebody who's
overall coordinating, who's not necessarily one of those organisations in the partnership. And then the other thing I was thinking about was just aligning with all the partners' values and objectives, not just fun chasing. So, you know, if you think, you'll be a really good part of my partnership, but actually it's not really otherwise they're not all going to be on the same page.
Perfect. Thank you so much. The second question here is, partnerships can also be about action. What's one project or change you've seen where working together has made a real, visible difference in Highland? Don't all rush at once.
I was originally going to say the Highland Community Waste Project, and then I thought, well, actually, the Highland Good Food Partnership has been going for a long time and seems to have built their partners more and more and more. So those are the only two sort of Highland-wide really effective ones that I know of. Yeah.
Perfect. Anybody else?
I've got a reflection that there are so many, and there's so many that are in this room. And what's really interesting is I think that the people who are involved in those delivery projects will be feeling that on a day-to-day level. Sometimes more progress than others, but for me it's about putting a lot of credit out to the projects that are there on the ground, because we see them from our level, not actually being directly involved in them, but seeing the difference that can make. And a bit of a shout out, there's several people here from a recent Social Enterprise Academy leadership course that I was lucky enough to be part of. I was the only statutory sector partner there, and I was constantly just encouraged and kind of humbled by the amount of action that was happening. Everybody on that course was involved in sort of more direct delivery, more kind of direct action, and I could see that they were making a real impact at their communities on a kind of day-to-day level. So there's multiple projects here in the room that I know are making a significant difference through the actual action that happens on the ground, and I guess we see that from our ivory towers and we really recognise it.
Perfect, thank you.
Amazing. Yeah, I would definitely reiterate what's already been said, and thanks, Emma, for for being so supportive of Highland Good Foods. I would definitely say, obviously, with the Highland Community Waste Partnership, I mean, that was it was such a substantial project with so many different partners. And I think what was really great is that a lot of communities saw that action on the ground, and it was very tangible action as well. It wasn't sort of, we're going to write this amazing strategy and that's going to take 2 years of development and then we'll start enacting it. But it was really about getting out as soon as possible, and having these sort of conversations and having these events, which were really exciting and really sort of on the back of what feedback they were getting from local communities. And I think it was just such a great partnership because it was so Highland-wide, and it had really good coordination in terms of having that shared vision, but then each partner sort of focused on what was important for their local communities as well. So it's nice when there's that tangible action of events and bringing people together.
Brilliant, thank you so much. Is there any questions in the room? Yes. We've got a microphone over here, please. Thank you.
Hi there. I'm coming at this from a funding perspective. So I work for Highlands Islands Environment Foundation that awards small community grants. And I think one of the points about partnership work into better access funding is really relevant right now with the sort of funding crisis that we're seeing. So I wonder if you'd thought of any sort of partnership potential in the future to try and increase the effectiveness, I guess, of working together to be able to access funds.
Where do we start? There's loads. Okay, within active travel, which is probably my area really, there's a lot that could be done with e-bike networks and just by trying to make them more sustainable in small rural places, because so often rural community groups set up little projects, really, really beneficial, green health projects, tourism projects, whatever, but they haven't built in a maintenance plan and a servicing plan and all that, but by working in partnership, that could be very effective. I think also like EV charging networks for tourism and stuff like that. Lots around transport.
But yeah, go on.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a very, very challenging funding climate out there. And for me, I think that some of that partnership working, sometimes it's about collecting and applying collaboratively for one, but it's also, for me, there's something about what can, I'm thinking about it from my kind of, I guess, statutory and agency perspective, what can we do to also support more kind of knowledge and practice sharing across communities so everyone is aware of what everyone else is doing. It's really difficult where there's kind of competition for funding, or it feels like there's competition for funding, but that sharing some of that knowledge about what are the different funding streams that may be coming up and may be available, and helping support community-based organisations to not end up everybody applying for in competition for all those funds. It's about that support that can happen. So this is where organisations like HTSI, like the voluntary sector organisations in the different regions, are really, really important at being able to help communities collaborate effectively, but also give that little bit of landscape of what funding is coming up when, and really support the accuracy of those funding applications, and some supporting some of the detail within those, so that those funding applications are as strong as they can be. And it is really difficult where there is more than the amount of funding that's available, and sometimes applications, I've been on funding panels, you read them and you know how incredibly important that project is, but there's another application form that looks stronger. It's what can we do as the supporting organisations to try and even that playing field a bit more, and support organisations to be able to access the funding that they can do, and have it as kind of best proportionally distributed as possible, but also supporting the quality and the confidence people feel when they're putting applications, rather than just banging them in and thinking, oh my God, we might not get this one, because that doesn't help anybody's time.
I think that's a really important point, and especially I think around that competition as well. Instead of it being competitive, it's like, right, okay, well, where can we find a shared value? And I think if you work together and you put in a partnership bid, it's so much stronger, because it's strength in numbers, isn't it? And I think what we've found when going for specific funding bids is that more and more sort of private companies have more money to spend, but what they're looking for is that legacy, and how after that funding cycle might be done, what are your routes for making that more sustainable and make that money go further? So I think if you can work together and bring more partners on board, then it shares that risk of, there might be burnout with volunteers, or there might be other sort of factors that come into it. So I think definitely that strength in numbers, and working away from that competitive spirit of bidding for funding bids.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions in the room? Nobody? Are there any questions that come in on the Slido?
The main one that's come in is, well, actually there's two. So one is, I think we've just kind of answered, which is how much of a barrier is short-term funding year on year to partnership working. So I think we've probably covered that. Don't think you're going to give much of a response.
Just if anyone can't hear Joan, that question we think has already been covered, was how much of a barrier is short-term funding to partnerships? Continue. Okay, just to recap that for anyone who didn't hear. So sometimes partnerships have lots of people talking about things, but not necessarily anyone taking ownership and action. So what would the panel's advice be to anyone who might be experiencing that?
Oh, it's a really good question, and has a lot of answers, I think. But I think from my experience specifically is just making sure that everyone is owning a specific aspect, and really honing in on who you've got around the table in that partnership and what their specific skills are. I think if you can draw on what skills are already sort of embedded in that partnership, and you get people to try and act on that and take away sort of an action from every meeting that you're doing, then it sort of drives that change, and they feel sort of that responsibility of taking that action forward. So I think definitely sort of ownership, and making sure that people know their role within a partnership and know that they're contributing to something, and they can see that there is going to be action. But obviously you do need to spend some time around sort of planning it out, but definitely around making sure everyone's got their own role within that partnership.
Yeah, and I think it links back to the first question you had. It's about that making sure that that everyone's kind of voice and perspective are clearly there, so we can identify what is our role within this partnership, what are we able to take forward. So just very much building on what Katie said, are there also some lines of accountability? What are the lines of accountability? Where does this partnership report to? Who's kind of holding it to account, or are we holding each other to account? And just so that it's not just a talking shop and we come back and any kind of identified actions haven't happened. What are those lines of accountability? I think that's really, really important. But the other thing for me is also constantly reviewing that, checking in on that. Sometimes there's reasons why things don't happen, or changes that happen either within the partners that are part of that partnership, or within some of the wider vision of what we're looking to do. So it's about reviewing it as well. If it isn't working, have a think about why it might not be working. If there aren't actions that have been delivered, why might that be? It could be as simple as one of the partners isn't able to, or isn't doing what's required, but it's the why. So it's constantly reviewing it, checking in, and re-establishing those lines of accountability and those actions. And that keeps that partnership conversation live, it keeps it current, and ultimately it means that collective is working in the best and most efficient way it can.
Thank you so much. I think it also helps to identify, like, if there are any areas that are lacking when you go through roles and responsibilities. Okay, maybe we need another partner. Maybe we need somebody else to help us here. So that's really helpful. Thank you so much. Emma, I don't want to cut you off. Did you want to say anything?
I think just back to having some sort of role built into the partnership project for impartial coordinating. When you're all battling away delivering on your project outcomes, sometimes it's hard to draw back and see the big picture.
Perfect, thank you. Has that sparked any further questions in the room? We've got 6 minutes. Go for it, yeah. Katie?
Yeah, I haven't really formulated the question actually, but it's around governance, I suppose, and maybe my personal question is, are there any good sources of information or advice or support for governance for these complicated structures? I mean, I imagine lots of these partnerships operate on quite an informal basis, and that can be brilliant. But when it comes to the crunch, having some robust, light touch governance structure is important, obviously. So yeah, a general question mark around that. You can refine the question to suit your own needs if you like.
I think it's a really good question actually, and yeah, you're totally right. I think in every partnership there's different structures, and I think the ones that do work very well are the ones that do have a very good governance structure, and everyone knows sort of what the reporting needs are. That might be reporting back to funders. It might be that it's coordinated by an external sort of independent person. So what are those lines of control and I suppose responsibility? I think it's tricky when it's community, because you want to make sure that everyone's empowered, and you don't want to put in any barriers to that empowerment from making complicated governance structures and things like that. But I think it is really key to take some time, and I think to Dan's point as well, reflect on what's working in a governance structure. And make sure it's working for all the parties as well. So I think it definitely warrants merit. In terms of sort of your question around, is there resources out there for how you can structure it? It's a bit of a shameless plug from my previous role, but Adaptation Scotland has some really good sort of resources around building partnerships and working together. And they've sort of formulated it into a bit of a checklist, so it's accessible for everyone. And they've got various different resources that cross for different sectors, sort of third sector, private sector and public sector. So potentially that might be a bit of a tool to use.
And I just kind of point back to some of the organisations whose specialist role it is to support things like kind of governance, like HTSI and the kind of voluntary sector support organisations. And for me, it comes back to, it's about that accountability. If somebody asked us, okay, are you doing what you said you set out to do? How would we answer that? How would we ask ourselves those questions within an organisation? And again, it's worth taking that little bit of time and that reflecting is like, just, okay, how would we show somebody who didn't understand what we were doing that we're doing it properly? How might we respond to asking ourselves a few tricky questions every now and again? And if we've got our governance, our structure in place, then we'll be able to answer those questions. It takes me back to my previous answer about proportionate time as well. The more complex, the higher level of funding, all these kinds of things may increase the complexness of those governance structures, but they all come back to that common core about how would we respond to questioning about what we're doing. But if you're not absolutely sure as maybe a small community organisation, there are places and organisations that can help you get what you need in place so that you're doing things correctly and you're satisfying what the funders need, you've got all your safety, all those kinds of things that happen at community level. There is a lot of assistance that can do that, so ask your local voluntary sector organisation support.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I don't know the answer exactly, but then I was thinking a partnership as big as the Highland Community Waste Partnership, I guess that's where the strength of having Keep Scotland Beautiful is the body that applied for the money, so they provided the governance and were accountable for the outcomes and things. I think most of our small working partnerships are just based on trust and in knowing those people over time. So it goes a long way. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We've maybe got enough time for a quick question if anything's come to mind to anybody. Anything else from the Slido? Nope. I'm going to look at that. Yeah. Thank you so much to our panel. So we will now shortly move on to our closing plenary. Yes.
Hello, welcome to our final session of today, which is our closing plenary, where we're going to be reflecting on some of the discussions of the day. So we're just going to give a big welcome to our panellists, and everybody's going to hate this now. So please welcome Neil Osborne, Climate Change and Energy Manager at the Council. We've got Gail Prince, Partnership Development Manager for the Highlands Community Planning Partnership. Vicky Walker, Centre Manager, Highlands Islands for Changeworks, and Joan Lawrie, CEO of the Highlands Islands Climate Hub. So I'm just going to move on to our first question, which is for all of our panellists. So throughout today, we've heard themes of people, place, power and partnership. Looking back across the day, what stood out to you the most and what gives you a hope or sense of momentum for climate action in Highland? I am happy for anyone to jump in first.
I'll do it. Somebody's got to do it. I'll do it. So for those of you that have been here all day and watched the video that was at the very beginning of the conference, which was absolutely fantastic, to those guys that were involved in producing it and those that spoke on it. One line that stood out to me today was, I don't know what I can do about climate change. So I'm hoping by the time that we all leave here at 4:45 p.m, because I'm not sitting on the stage any longer than I need to, we will all have taken away at least one golden nugget, or if not one, then 2 or 3 from the speakers from today, and what's been said in the discussion panels and things like that. But I wanted to highlight a couple of words that stood out to me. It's about talking to each other, it's about having fun, small changes, listening to all voices. Community has been said so many times, and as a partnership development manager working with community planning partnerships, I say community all the time. It's about need, it's about being together, it's about listening. And Jake, if you're still in the room. No. Oh, let me down. Jake said 2 words, and they were real involvement. And I think those are the 2 words that stood out to me the most today. And that wasn't just about young people, I mean that about everybody. And real involvement stands out. Thanks.
Thank you, Gail. Please feel free to jump in. Anyone else?
I'll go next. I think I agree with everything that Gail said, but I think the thing for me is that there's the opportunity is now. We've heard a lot about things that might be coming, and I think there's something about getting alongside the opportunities that are coming. There's so many examples of where things are working well. We need to use them. We need to share the learnings and build them as our kind of foundation going forward. I think that's so important, and also support. A few people have talked about evidence base and being able to support further funding bids and coming together. And I think that's so important that collectively we start to build the foundations for investment across the region.
Thank you, Vicky. Joan or Neil?
I can go. So I feel like you might have all heard enough from me today already, but for me, our people session, very much. I think the stories that Jake, Remi and Tom all told. I am a community development practitioner before it comes anywhere close to climate change. And as that, despite, I think, people who may know me may think that I'm quite often the loudest voice in the room, but I'm actually not. I actually do listen and I observe. That's what I feel that my role is to do as a community development practitioner, is to listen and to observe. And I think the example is with Remi, we had brief conversations around 2 years ago now, and I knew that we needed to include her in the conversation, and similarly with Jake and with Tom as well. And I think that really stands out to me, is that message around inclusion and really listening and listening to everybody. So actually another highlight of the day is, well, for me really, is that all of you came in the first place. And that gives a great sense of momentum and hope, but also a lot of the comments that have been coming up on the Slido throughout the day, the similarities within a lot of those comments, and just that gives a lot to reflect and to take forward and to build some momentum from here.
Thank you, Joan. Neil?
I think for me it's getting into a room with a lot of people that are based in the area and are really focused on how we move forward. I think as a region we have a real opportunity to be the leadership in terms of how we start to take this forward, and we need to take that advantage. I think the spotlight on Highland at the moment, because we are going to be key to energy resilience across the UK, but we have challenges that we need to address as a region, and I think having that opportunity to start moving from the strategic work that we've all been involved with to actually delivering and using that momentum to really drive the investment into the region, because I think we're at the forefront at the moment, and if we can get ahead of a lot of the other work that's coming up from other regions, we can start to really shape how we drive that net zero agenda across not just the Highlands but Scotland.
Thank you, Neil. So next question is, reflecting further on today, where do you think that we have key barriers to taking climate action across Highland?
I can go first.
I think I know what you're going to say.
Multi-year funding. We operate in the community sector on annual funding. Even us as our organisation operates on annual funding. And to do the work that we need to do at the scale that we need to do it, there is a real need for that multi-year funding. There's a real need for time, for partnerships to build, for collaborations to build, to have opportunities for community organisations to be able to experiment and see what works. You know, we can't always go in with something that's going to be wholly successful. I'm a big believer in you learn from your mistakes, and we need to have the opportunity to be able to do that. And that takes time, and it takes that multi-year funding. I think the real barrier and where that comes from is an even bigger issue, because we can't rely on the public sector, we can't rely on those traditional funders any longer. So it is into making that links with businesses, with the private sector, and essentially with that energy transition as well.
Thank you, Joan. Any other?
Yeah, I think if I can pick up on that, I think Joan's completely right. I think financing and how we take that forward as a region, we need to be far more strategic about how we approach it. I think there are opportunities out there. We're starting to see a shift in terms of the private and public sector both wanting to invest in key areas, especially in this region, and it's how we shape that. I think we need to understand what the priorities are as a region and how we drive that investment into delivering these issues. And I think one of the key ones around that then from a political side is policy alignment. I think we have got a real opportunity in Highland to start to shape that, but we need to be clear that Highlands has got a very unique set of circumstances. We're not the same as other regions. We have a huge rural population, and if we don't get the transition right, we start to see some real issues with some of the communities. I mean, we have a huge fuel poverty problem that's going to be multiplied when we start looking at transport across the region, and it's how we start to pull all these things together and make sure that we bring the communities with us as we move forward with this.
Thank you, Neil.
Okay.
Oh,
just following on from Neil, I think as well as getting things right for Highland, we've got to make sure that we take everybody with us. We don't leave anyone behind. I think the last session there was a lot about inclusion and talking about very specific groups that maybe are at the disadvantage of climate change more predominantly than others. So how do we do that? And they may not be completely visible within Highland. And you know, the words of Remi really stick with me, but also Jake. How do we make sure that we don't leave anybody behind, and that everything that we design meets the needs of, you know, the most vulnerable, but the majority of the communities as well. So I think that's really important. I think linked to that, there's a real issue around some real climate adaptation that's needed around skills and supply chain, and that was touched on multiple times today. And I think we really need to be thinking about how can we develop local workforce, local jobs, green jobs, so that we're not reliant on people coming in from elsewhere, as is true within the kind of energy efficiency sector that we use, and how do we start to grow a real engagement with the sector locally, as well as leaning on kind of learnings that are on the national stage.
Thank you, Vicky.
Thank you, Vicky. I think the key barrier I was going to mention was around capacity. And there was a question on the Slido that I wrote down on my notepad earlier that asked about when health and third sector are all under so much capacity pressure, how do climate initiatives start partnerships when people don't have the capacity to engage? So what I wanted to say around that is it's not about reinventing the wheel. The chances are there's probably some work already going on. It might not be in your exact area, it might be wider across Highland, it might be in a different area of Highland, but coming to events like this, and events and meetings that are themed around, you know, what you're thinking of doing, you'll maybe make some partnerships and connections and engage with partners without putting too much pressure on that capacity. Do you know what I mean? Because there's already existing work going on, or you know, there is a partner out there that is looking to develop, you know, their activities and things like that. So, yeah, I think a barrier is capacity, but there's ways around it. And I think thinking outside of the box is always a good way to kind of overcome barriers as well. For those of you that have worked with me in the past, I have ideas for days. So, you know, if you give me a seed, I will run with it and I will make things up forever and a day. But just thinking outside of the box with things can really help in terms of barriers and capacity and overcoming those. And I will apologise, I don't usually sound this rough, by the way. I've been really quite poorly the last few days, but I'm still here.
Thank you, Gail. So next question for all of our panellists. Many Highlands communities face day-to-day pressures such as cost of living, housing, transport and digital access. What helps climate action feel relevant and possible for people where they live?
I was just going to say what Tom said in his presentation, because I think climate action is making a positive impact for individuals, whether that's a household or a community or a group. And I think that's really important. The work that we do is around kind of fuel poverty and supporting people to be more energy efficient within their homes. A warm home leads to so many benefits in the wider community. People are more able to engage. I'm not suggesting that's the start point, because there'll be different examples, whether that's active travel, whether that's engagement with sports or events. And I think it's a bit like Joan said earlier, if you take the climate out of it, actually what can we do to improve your lot in a sustainable way is a really important way forward.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think we touched on it very much in actually my opening speech, is that much as it's about community needs, that's actually the starting point. When we have a team of development officers across Highland, Orkney and Shetland, and the first basis on speaking to any communities is, what does your community actually need? And then it's more about how do we solve it through climate action. And when I say solve it through climate action, a lot of that is just, for a community to be putting together a project which is sustainable, which is kind to the planet, which is following the Sustainable Development Goals. And that actually, in and of itself, is climate action. The climate doesn't act in a silo. Even if we think about how we live our ordinary day-to-day lives, it's just about being that little bit more mindful. And I would always come from that basis of community need. I think we had Thurso that featured in the film, and for any of you who don't know me, I was formerly the development manager with Thurso Community Development Trust, and we went out, the very first action that Thurso Community Development Trust did was went out and asked the entire community of Thurso what it was that they actually wanted for the town. And actually the resulting projects that came from that are all climate action projects, but we had a strategic plan that didn't really mention climate change in it at all, because it's more about the community needs and then how we address them.
I think from my perspective, Bethany, a community planning partnership is a statutory duty under the Community Empowerment Act to exist. And in Highland, we break that down into 9 community partnerships. If you haven't heard of yours, have a look on the website, highlandcpp.org.uk. You'll find your local one. And you're very welcome in your capacity within this room to go along to any of those meetings. It is about the public and third sector coming together and working together in partnership. But the words in that you've used in the question, cost of living, housing, transport, digital access, are things that we talk about because we have a very specific focus on tackling inequalities. All of those are inequalities. So you'll find that there's partners around that table that have a duty to be there, but are also delivering projects either at Highland level or local level, tackling those things. But I think what helps to take climate action into that level for where people live, it is about how the organisation I work with and the organisation that Joan is leading and the likes of Council and Changeworks is about how we all work together and how we utilise the skills and the staff and the teams that we have. So Joan's development officers are all invited and attend the community partnership meetings at a local level. Joan and I have been in various conversations at Highland level about how do we improve that relationship between the hub and ourselves and improve that partnership working because in the long term, and it won't happen overnight, when you're trying to tackle inequalities, it does not happen overnight, but in the long term, people where they live will see and feel and experience a difference. And that's what, you know, I think that's what we're all ultimately working towards. Yeah, and I think that's the main message I wanted for that question, Bethany. Thank you.
And I think for me it's quite interesting that a number of the panel and a number of people today have talked about climate as being something that they don't talk about. I think anyone that works with me on a regular basis and knows me, I don't talk about climate, and it's one of the key aspects of my job. I think trying to make it relevant is about talking about what is relevant to the individuals at the time. So whether it's fuel poverty, we're looking at how we start to achieve energy resilience across the region through ensuring that people have warm homes and that they have a healthy way of living. Economic opportunity, we have a real opportunity in Highlands in terms of how we can generate income for the region through climate action. I think being able to put the two together and understand how we can take that and achieve cost savings in the region is key. And then empowering through participation. I think the communities need to be helped and pushed, and we need to work together to understand how we can really maximise the potential that we've got as a region, because we've got a huge opportunity in front of us. I think some of our young people that are here today, Jake and Remi, talked about not having a voice at the table. We need to get past that. They really need to have their voice, because they're the generation that's going to live with the impacts that we can start to shape today.
Thank you all. So second last question. We've heard that progress relies on working together across communities, public bodies and organisations. What does good partnership look like in practice, and how can we make it easier for collaboration to happen across such a vast region?
I'm not going to repeat what I said for the last question, because I would, and I could. But I think one of the main things that has come to mind immediately, so I don't repeat what I said, is about communication, and communicating across, you know, from public bodies and organisations and the various different sectors, and being really clear in that communication going forward. I think the fact that there is third sector, public sector and private sector in this room alone speaks volumes. We had our annual Community Planning Partnership Conference in April in Strathpeffer. We also had all three sectors in the room on that day, and I think the more that we can do that, the stronger that becomes, and that's how we can work better together across communities for Highland.
Okay, Mina, I don't actually know what I'm going to say, so I'm just going to start talking. So, I think in terms of good partnerships, so we at the Hub, we partner a lot with organisations. So we work with Neil and his team, we work with Vicky and her team, we work with Gail and her team, and all of the other community planning partnerships. But we are resourced to be able to do that. And it's important that we do that, because we are what represents all of our 300 and I can't remember how many members.
I think we're 400.
Yeah, we're 410 altogether.
410.
Yeah, that's what. It's that kind of feeding that down that information. So we are resourced to be able to do that. I think that in terms of those partnerships, it is about collaboration. But I think one of the barriers is capacity for a lot of organisations, and that's why there is organisations like us as the Climate Hub that we can provide that, and then we can filter that information down and to connect people. And that's where I think good partnership happens. A good partnership happens in communication. It happens in being transparent. It happens in, for me, doing rather than just talking. And how do we make it easy? I'd love somebody else to tell me how to make it easier to collaborate across the vastness that is Highland. We try very hard to do it. And again, it is about that sharing as much information as we possibly can, trying to build up a network and a connection of peers who are taking climate action. So when somebody comes to us and says, I'm thinking about doing this project, well, we know another community that is thinking about doing that project as well. And I do have to say there is, I I don't know if Mark is still here or not. There is another climate hub here. There's another former climate hub here in terms of Fabio as well. And in terms of that climate action across all of Scotland, one of the points that I don't think that we have mentioned at any stage today is that there is actually 24 climate hubs across Scotland. And we are within a network, we are a partnership of those climate hubs as well. So even if we don't have a project that you might be looking to do in Highland or in Orkney or Shetland, I'll speak to Mark and I'll find one in Edinburgh. So there is that network and that peer support that we can try and deliver, and I think that that's where some of that collaboration can help to happen as well.
Very difficult to follow that. I think what's probably been clear in the room today is that there is a shared ambition, and I think we need to use that to our advantage. I think we need to understand what the individual strengths are and how we can bring those together to collaborate on how we move some of this forward at speed, because we are at the stage now, we need to start building momentum. We need to start moving this forward. And I think the people in this room as a collective have got a real opportunity to start driving that, and I think we can work together, and it's how we build that out. I think we need to find real common ground that we can start to really build the momentum in this.
Thank you all. So last question for all of our panellists. In one word or a short phrase, what will you take away from today, or what's your message to Highland communities leaving here tonight?
I've got 2 words, but they're alliteration. So
yeah, go for it. Can be short phrase too.
I've put catalysts and connections because I think there's a real opportunity for today to be a catalyst, and I think there's been so many connections made in the room and will continue to be made outside. The previous question that I didn't get to answer, Bethany, was just I'd put down, and it links onto both what everybody said, was bring together and then get out of people's way. And I think if everybody understands their strengths, then and what barriers need to enable people to kind of do their best work, whether that's at community level or within the council, I think that's so important about having that shared understanding. And I think that's where the connections come from, and having the time to come up a lot in order to do it as well. But my 2 takeaways are catalysts and connections.
Feel free to jump in, anyone.
You can tell Gail Prince is still
I'm
thinking.
writing mine. Back to me. I'm trying not to use a sweary word as well.
Please. I think my 2 are, and unlike me, not to use an alliteration, but hope and momentum. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of hope that's been expressed in this room, and I think that it's now up to a momentum to form, and I think that we're part of making sure that that momentum forms by making sure that outputs from today are shared widely, and that we are talking to all of the right people and building that momentum. But yeah, I think that there's and actually when I think, the main thing that's going through my head right now is I'm thinking about that film that the wonderful Etta did, and those comments that flashed up on social media. It's a real thing of mine at the moment, is analysing where some of the psychology around climate action and opinions out in our communities. But I think when you take those comments and actually when you hear then what's happened in this room today, then I'm taking away quite a lot of hope and positivity.
Neil?
I think for me it's empowerment. I think we've got an opportunity to bring every community in the Highlands into this transition, and we need to really pull together as a community, and that is one large community. I think there's a lot of division in terms of how we look at communities at times. Community benefit's been good in some areas, but it's also highlighted some real division in areas where it's not possible to achieve that level of investment into the community because of where they're situated, and that's wrong. We need to find a way to address that and look at Highland as being one community.
Thank you, and thank you to all of our panellists.
Gail hasn't answered yet.
Oh, sorry, Gail. Oh my God.
I know you're all on the edge of your seat waiting for mine now. We have the power to be part of the solution. Let's come together and make Highland proud. I'm trying to connect it to your people, place, power and partnerships as much as I can. Thanks.
Sorry, thank you, Gail. Huge thank you to all of our panellists. That was all of our questions. And just before we wrap up today as well, this is probably going to embarrass her, but on behalf of the whole team at the Highlands Islands Climate Hub, a huge thank you to our CEO, Joan Lawrie. She first approached us about last autumn and said, we're going to do a climate conference. I think myself and Marion went, no. But here we are today, and today is finished. So a huge thank you to Joan, Lawrie.
Thank you, Bethany. I believe the words were, we're what? And I think also 2 nights ago, I also said to Bethany, we are never doing this again. And she went, yeah, right. I'm just going to end on, we're actually going to wrap up a little bit early, so I'm going to do my thank yous. So first of all, thank you to all of you who have come today. I think it really provides like a real hope for the future, and I think that it will provide that momentum towards change. And I think Catalyst and Connection, was it? Yeah, and I can't remember what Gail's one was because I've done too many alliterations lately. A huge thank you to all of our speakers who have contributed today. And actually, just thank you for sending me your headshots and bios. That made me really, really happy when they came through. But yeah, thank you for standing up on the stage and for speaking and for answering all of our questions. I'm going to have to now go to my list as well. A thank you to all of our stand holders. I hope you all got a chance to meet some of those stand holders today. And another huge thank you to all of our communities that contributed towards the film that we made. I don't think that I had quite expressed it when we showed that film, but what we actually did was we basically asked lots of people to just go out and film themselves and then send it back to us. That's the way that we did it. And they all rose to the challenge and they all shared, you know, what their opinions are, what it is that they're doing in their communities. And I think that they provided a really rich tapestry and background to today. A thank you to Story and Stage, to David, who I probably should have got slides to earlier, but we are. But yeah, a huge thank you to looking after us for today, and the same to the Kingsmills as well. A massive thank you to Eddie, who has been just amazing. And if you have 5 minutes before you leave, then please go and take a look at it because it is just incredible. And then also a big thank you to Cameron. So Cameron Mackay, which again, I don't think we made it clear if you did happen to catch some of the film, Climate Action Highlands and Islands, that we had shown in the breaks. Cameron was actually our filmmaker for Climate Action Highlands and Islands. If you'd like to arrange a screening, we're quite happy to do so for you. And to do a Q&A, because we love having Cameron on the panel. And we love working with Cameron, but he's come up from Glasgow today to do photography and to do bits of filming and things like that for us, which I think will be a tremendous output from today as well. And then lastly, not quite lastly, a big thank you to Bethany and Marion, our 2 senior project officers, who have put up with me for a considerable length of time now. One of you didn't get a choice in the matter.
No,
so.
thanks.
But who've put up with, from the point of where I said we're going to do this conference, and I think if anybody knows the way that we operate at the Hub, it's all a bit go big or go home, which I think today has proven. But yeah, that we wanted to do something and we wanted to do it really properly, and they have put up with all of my breakdowns over it. So a huge thank you to both of them. And then lastly, they're all lined up, or are all of them lined up? But a huge thank you to all, I can see Fiona Cameron getting out of the way quickly. A huge thank you to all of our Hub teams. Some of our team have only been in the roles since July. Also, Ashley has played a huge part in putting the conference together. She's been doing all the invites, the ticketing and everything like that. And Ashley's our graduate apprentice. And a huge thank you to all of the Hub team for today. And that's us, folks. We're not gonna shout at you for a tea break again, so you can feel free to mingle. We've still got the room for a little bit of time, so if you want to do any networking, definitely go and have a look at what Eddie's done. And thank you all.